Chapter 288. Above the endless black river, pieces of land of different sizes floated past. On such an inconspicuous piece of land, Yen Chutian was sitting cross-legged quietly, although it seemed that his surroundings were very calm. If one observed carefully, they could still vaguely sense that there was a formation set up on this piece of land. However, only those with profound cultivation, or those who had made great achievements in the path of formations, could see more clearly and know that there was more than one formation set up. The three formations were set up by Yen Chutian one after another, and there was a connection between them. In this way, if there was an attack, the three formations would appear at the same time and defend together. In other words, either one could break through the three formations at the same time, or one could only watch Yen Chutian in the formation helplessly. At this time, Yen Chutian was bored to death. This space was not suitable for cultivation, and it was the opposite of the previous cultivation room. The spiritual energy here was very thin. Moreover, in such an unknown place, it was difficult for Yen Chutian to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Just as Yen Chutian was quite bored and didn't know what else to do, a ray of blue light suddenly entered his sight. He quickly looked into the distance and saw that on the surface of the river more than 10 feet away, there was a large flower like a giant tree. The giant flower was blue all over. Not only was the flower color the same, but even the branches and leaves were the same. Moreover, this giant flower plant was blooming with blue light, illuminating the surrounding sea. However, it had to be said that such a scene was not bad. It was much better than the empty black river. Moreover, the sudden appearance of such a giant flower also made Yen Chutian curious. However, the land he was on was not moving toward the giant flower. According to the trajectory, he was afraid that the closest distance would be about 10 feet. However, such a difference was rare, and Yen Chutian did not want to miss it. Therefore, while testing, he condensed 2 spiritual chains and shot toward the giant flower plant. The spirit chains wrapped around the giant flower. Then he exerted a little force, intending to pull himself towards the giant flower. However, even Yen Chutian himself didn't hold any hope of success. He was only trying to give it a try. However, what he did not expect was that under the pull, the land under his feet actually slowed down for a moment, and then slowly moved towards the giant flower. This situation was clearly out of Yen Chutian's expectations. But after the initial shock, he was pleasantly surprised, because this meant that he didn't need to drift around, but could choose his own direction. After half a quarter of an hour, Yen Chutian was already close to the giant flower. The closer he got, the more he realized how enormous this plant was. Looking over, the plant in front of him was like a mountain range. Every blue leaf was several feet wide. Such a huge flower stalk was rare even in the heaven realm. It was almost unheard of. Yen Chutian didn't know what kind of plant it was, but looking at its appearance, it shouldn't be poisonous. Moreover, he could faintly smell a faint fragrance, as if there was something on the top of the flower stalk. In an instant, Yen Chutian immediately thought of spiritual fruits. After all, similar small spiritual plants would produce spiritual fruits. Even if the spiritual plant in front of him was incomparably huge, would it still be the same? If that was the case, then he really couldn't miss this flower stalk, and had to climb up to take a look. Just as Yen Chutian began to climb the giant flower stalk, he did not notice that from another direction, there was also a small land slowly moving forward. And on this land, there was a young man with a hooked nose sitting cross-legged. The aura of the young man with a hooked nose was extremely strong. Even if he was just sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, there was a strong aura circulating around his body. If he did not restrain it and spread it out, even a level 6 elixir cultivator would not be worth mentioning in front of him. He was one of the heaven's prides of the Great Evolution sect. Although he was not one of the most important heaven's prides of inheritance in the sect, he was very close to them, and even had the chance to replace them. Moreover, the Great Evolution sect was one of the top 8 first-rate sections. Even if he was not one of the most important heaven's prides of inheritance, he would still be considered a top heaven's prides in the outside world. Even the other heaven's prides of the first-rate sex could only be on par with him. At this moment, the heaven's pride of the Great Evolution sect finally opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. When he saw the towering plant in front of him, there was a faint light in the depths of his eyes. Obviously, he was also interested in this giant spiritual plant. Then he naturally controlled the small land under his feet and slowly moved towards his destination. As he and Yen Chutian were on opposite sides, neither of them realized that there was another person in front of them. As he approached the giant spiritual plant, the heaven's pride of the Great Evolution sect also smelled a faint fragrance. Based on his many years of experience, he immediately concluded that the spiritual plant must have produced a spiritual fruit. And this was obviously a huge opportunity for him. Therefore, without hesitation, the Great Evolution sect's prodigy began to climb the plant. Using his spiritual energy to control his body, he swiftly climbed upwards. At this moment, the two of them still hadn't noticed each other. It wasn't until a certain moment when Yen Chutian saw a sparkling fruit the size of a human head hanging on a branch several zhang above him that he finally noticed something strange. Something strange seemed to be happening on the other side. Hence, Yen Chutian took the opportunity to climb up the cliff and look down. He immediately saw the Great Evolution sect's heaven's pride, who was climbing agilely 100 feet away. Similarly, the sky prides of the Great Evolution sect also saw him. With just one look, the Great Evolution sect's sky pride's originally joyous expression froze. He didn't expect that someone else was already climbing this spiritual plant. However, if that was the case, he would definitely not be able to obtain the spiritual fruit at the top. Because if the other party had picked the spirit fruit, how could he still have a share? Similarly, Yen Chutian didn't expect that someone else had also found this place. Fortunately, he was one step ahead. Otherwise, his hard work would have been in vain. There was no need to think too much about the following situation. Yen Chutian hurriedly increased her speed to climb up and conveniently grabbed that sparkling and translucent spirit fruit the size of a human head and kept it into her pouch. After keeping the spirit fruit, Yen Chutian didn't rush down. Instead, he waited on the spot for the Great Evolution sect's disciple. Scanning his surroundings, he didn't see a second spirit fruit. Therefore, Yen Chutian knew that the other party wouldn't let him leave so easily. As expected by Yen Chutian, when the Great Evolution sect's sky pride reached this position, he immediately looked at the spot where the spirit fruit was previously. After realizing that the spirit fruit was gone, he immediately scanned his surroundings. After realizing that there wasn't a single spirit fruit around, he finally locked his gaze on Yen Chutian. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with a thick chill. Hand over the spirit fruit. Chapter 289. Even though Yen Chutian had expected such a situation, he could not help but sneer when he heard the other party demanding him to hand over the spirit fruit in such a domineering manner. Even though he was one of the top 10 prodigies in the heaven realm, he had never been so arrogant when facing other prodigies. Firstly, this was not his character to begin with. Secondly, he always understood that he should never underestimate anyone. Without a real fight, one would never know how powerful the other party was. Just like now, in the other party's eyes, he was probably just an ordinary cultivator with a level 4 elixir. However, if they were to compete with real strength, there was no need to fear. Therefore, Yen Chutian did not hold back when facing the prodigy of the Great Evolution sect. He sneered and retorted, "What if I don't hand it over?" The prodigy of the Great Evolution sect did not expect Yen Chutian to reply in such a manner. His arrogant face revealed a hint of shock, but it was quickly filled with disdain. He did not know Yen Chutian. As the prodigy of the Great Evolution sect, he did not care about the disciples below the first-rate forces. In his eyes, those so-called prodigies were just a motley crew. They were the test subjects for him after entering the ancient ruins. Therefore, his attitude was still cold and arrogant. He sneered and said, "Looking at you, you are just from a second-rate force. A mere second-rate force dares to compete with my great evolution sect." An ant should have the awareness of an ant. In front of a giant dragon, an ant should obediently lie down. Otherwise, when the giant dragon is angry, the ant will be smashed into pieces. The prodigy of the great evolution sect was arrogant. Although he was looking at Lin Fan at the same level, his eyes revealed a sense of superiority. It was as if in his eyes he was already high above, and Yen Chutian was just an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. The prodigy of the great evolution sect's attitude made Yen Chutian sneer even more. Therefore, he stopped suppressing himself and laughed loudly in front of the prodigy. However, Yen Chutian's reaction made the prodigy's eyes even colder. It was as if a sharp blade was about to shoot out. "You are courting death." Before his cold snort faded away, the great evolution sect's heaven pride did not hesitate as he raised his palm and attacked Yen Chutian. In his eyes, the other party was just an ant that he could crush with a raise of his hand. Why would he need to prepare? It must be said that although this great evolution sect heaven's pride was arrogant, the strength that erupted from his body was extremely powerful. Even a practitioner who had just entered Elixir Level 7 would not dare to underestimate this seemingly simple attack. For example, the young master of the Flame Valley, Zhou Yao, who had fought with Yen Chutian not long ago. If she were to face such an attack, she would find it extremely troublesome. However, Yen Chutian was not Zhou Yao, so even though he felt the pressure, he still brazenly attacked. Yen Chutian clenched his fists, and with a thunderous momentum, he punched towards the incoming palm. Boom! When the two collided, a dull and heavy sound immediately rang out. What the great evolution sect's heaven's pride did not expect was that after the collision of the fist and palm, his opponent's body was not in a sorry state at all. But how was this possible? His cultivation level was a genuine Elixir Level 7. Cultivators of the same level might not be able to match up to him. How could a mere 4th level Elixir cultivator do this? It seems like your fists are not as tough as your mouth. Yen Chutian's cold words rang, even though he did not use a threatening tone. In the ears of the great evolution sect's heaven's pride, it was extremely sarcastic. However, at this moment, he could not refute because the situation in front of him was as such. Damn it! After a low roar, the great evolution sect's heaven's pride suddenly took a few steps back. This time, he fully activated the vigorous energy in his body. Rolling spiritual energy surged, and as he attacked again, it was as if a dam had collapsed and rushed out. After attacking this time, the great evolution sect's heaven's pride had a cold smile on his face. At this moment, he did not hold back anymore and attacked with all his might. Therefore, under such circumstances, his opponent would definitely reveal his true form and would not be able to defend against it. But the situation, would it really be like this? Seeing the great evolution sect's heaven's pride charging towards him again, Yen Chutian's lips curled up and his face was filled with sarcasm. However, his expression did not mean that his counterattack would be filled with sarcasm and contempt. Mystic Yang Qi. After a low roar, the vigorous mystic Yang Qi in his dantian suddenly surged out. After such a large amount of mystic Yang Qi entered his body, his already strong 3rd grade mystic Yang body seemed to have the help of God. His entire body even emitted a faint golden glow. In the next moment, the fist and palm collided violently again. A wave of turbulent energy that was many times stronger than before spread out. It was as if even the space could not withstand it and showed signs of distorting. When the energy wave gradually subsided, the two of them had already taken a few steps back. However, at this moment, the great evolution sect's heaven's pride's face was extremely gloomy. This was because he did not expect that after using all his strength, the result would still be like this. He lifted his head and stared at Yen Chutian with the same gloomy eyes. He really could not see through this fellow. How could a mere 4th-grade elixir possess such powerful strength that was comparable to a 7th-grade elixir? However, he was after all the great evolution, sex, heaven's pride. Naturally, he did not want his opponent to see his shock. To him, that was tantamount to humiliation. Therefore, after a slight change in his emotions, he opened his mouth again. No matter what method you used, this is not your true strength. If you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit fruit, and I will not continue to attack. However, what the great evolution sex heaven's pride did not expect was that his magnanimous words were exchanged with Yen Chutian's sarcastic laughter. Why is the great evolution sex heaven's pride afraid? You! The great evolution sex heaven's pride's face suddenly turned extremely cold. He admitted that he did not want to waste too much energy in this unfamiliar place where danger was everywhere. Therefore, he said those words just now. However, his opponent actually thought that he was afraid. Did he really think that by borrowing an external force and clashing with him, he would be able to match his strength? Ha ha ha. Good, good. I really did not expect that among the ants of the second-rate forces, there would be such an arrogant thing like you. Since you don't know what's good for you, I will beat you until you hand over the spirit fruit. Furthermore, hold on to your spirit talisman properly. If you don't break it in time, I will take your life as well. Hearing this, Yen Chutian nodded his head in agreement. Then he gradually got into his stance. This reaction was as if he was shrugging his shoulders and saying, "My life is right here, come and take it." Chapter 290. The great evolution sex prodigy was enraged, and all his anger converged into one point. He couldn't be bothered to say anything else as he heavily stomped on the leaf beneath his feet. Forming seals with both hands, he charged towards Yen Chutian. However, Yen Chutian had no reason to be afraid of such an attack. He immediately formed a seal and started to attack the prodigy head-on. There was no falsehood in such a straightforward attack. It was a genuine clash of strength. The great evolution sex prodigy did this because he wanted to force the prodigy back to his original form and exhaust his external strength. In his opinion, once the prodigy had exhausted his external strength, he would be a weakling in front of him since he only had a level 4 elixir. He would be able to kill him with a raise of his hand. However, as the attack continued, the great evolution sex prodigy's expression became more and more unnatural. In a short period of time, the two of them had clashed more than 10 times. Every time, it was a genuine clash of strength. Even if one of them was slightly behind, he would quickly lose and lose miserably. However, the prodigy had not shown such a situation yet. During the clash, the surging strength was natural and there were no flaws at all. He could not help but have an absurd thought in his heart. Could it be that this strength was really all that he had? However, how was that possible? How could a mere level 4 elixir possess such a majestic strength? Compared to this, how could he be considered a prodigy? The great evolution sex prodigy was unwilling to admit this. His face was filled with anger as he swept his cold gaze across. Then a low roar sounded from his mouth. Spirit-devouring mystic heart! Before he finished his roar, his right palm, which was filled with dense spiritual energy, was already slamming towards Yen Chutian. In the middle of the palm, a huge suction force exploded. It was actually continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself. However, the spiritual energy in the Black River was thin. Even on such a huge spiritual plant, it was still pitifully little. Therefore, even with such a crazy suction force, it was not able to absorb much spiritual energy to strengthen itself. Even so, when the palm landed, the aura that surged out was still extremely strong. At the very least, if it was a level 6 elixir cultivator, they would only tremble in fear in the face of such an attack. However, just like before, Yen Chutian was still unperturbed by the profound heart-devouring spirit. However, When the attack came, he slowly circulated the spiritual energy in his body. Triple. Fragmentary star mark. A streak of auspicious star silently shot out. Even the great evolution sex heavens, pride, could only vaguely sense some movement. However, in his opinion, this was definitely a trick played by the other party. If his methods were strong enough, why would he need to act so shamefully? However, a thought was ultimately just a thought. When the two collided, the great evolution sex prodigy surprisingly discovered that his profound spirit-devouring heart was unable to advance in the slightest. It was actually blocked by that sneaky star mark. Just as the genius from the great evolution sect was in shock, an even more unbelievable scene appeared in the next moment. The giant palm formed from his profound heart, spirit-devouring spirit, was actually showing signs of collapsing under the resistance of that strange attack. His profound heart, spirit-devouring spirit, was actually not a match for it. Boom! An ear-piercing boom finally sounded. Under the great evolution sex prodigy's incredulous gaze, the giant palm collapsed layer by layer. Fortunately, even though the great evolution sex prodigy did not expect this, he still had an almost instinctive defense. Hence, when the remaining force came crashing over, it was immediately neutralized and returned to nothingness. However, why would the great evolution sex prodigy's attention be here? His mind was filled with the fact that his previous attack was actually not a match for the other party. As the great evolution sex prodigy, his cultivation level was at level 7 elixir and was extremely strong. However, today he was defeated by a disciple from a second-rate force who was 3 levels lower than him. How could he remain calm? It was also at this moment that he suddenly regained his senses. No wonder the guy in front of him was so arrogant. He probably had a lot of gains in the ancient ruins, and his true strength had increased by leaps and bounds. At this thought, the great evolution sex prodigy was both envious and furious. He was envious because, although he had also obtained some opportunities in the ancient ruins, they were not as great as the ant in front of him. On the other hand, he was furious because the ant actually managed to get to where he was today by relying on dog**t luck. If not for dog**t luck, it would be easy for the great evolution sex prodigy to suppress him. However, no matter what, the great evolution sex prodigy would not express his emotions. His gaze was deep as he swept his gaze across. Finally, his gaze landed on Yan Chutian's body, and he spoke in a sinister tone. No matter what kind of luck you have, you will not be able to escape defeat today. Before he finished his sentence, even though there were no other words after that, Yan Chutian could clearly see that in his opponent's eyes, there were countless strange patterns crazily gathering. Eventually, they formed 2 different and mysterious spiritual patterns. Scarlet Sea pattern. Blazing Sky pattern. The low roar finally sounded again. This time, accompanied by the low roar, 2 gigantic spiritual patterns gradually appeared in the sky. Both spiritual patterns were scarlet in color. However, they were different internally. Within the Scarlet Sea pattern, there were surging waves. Within the Blazing Sky pattern, there was a raging fire that seemed to be burning the sea, distorting space. It was not easy to gather 2 spiritual patterns with completely different natures. However, that was also the reason why the power of the stacked spiritual patterns was even more terrifying. This great evolution sex prodigy was rather ambitious. However, when the great evolution sex prodigy looked at Yan Chutian, he did not notice any hint of fear in the latter's eyes. This made him bewildered. Could it be that Su Zimo was fearless even after he released 2 spiritual patterns that were so strong? This time round, the great evolution sex prodigy was bewildered and did not dare to jump to conclusions. That was because the final results were out of his expectations every single time previously. As such, he did not dare to be certain anymore. However, the arrow was already on the bow. Since he had released both spiritual patterns, he naturally had no intention of giving up. he continued to gather the power of the spiritual patterns and released it completely. Looking at the explosive power of the two spiritual patterns, the only word that could be used to describe it was shocking. But no matter how shocked he was, Yan Chutian wouldn't be afraid. It wasn't just because his temperament didn't allow him to be afraid, but because spirit runes were currently his strongest point. If they were to compete in spirit runes, why would he need to cower? Yan Chutian gently exhaled. In the next moment, when he lifted his eyebrows, a sword and a cauldron gradually appeared in his originally calm eyes. Yan Chutian had released these two spiritual patterns countless times. They were the mysterious sun cauldron pattern and mysterious sun sword pattern. Chapter 291. The sword and cauldron seemed to have come from the ancient times, descending between heaven and earth. A powerful aura spread out. Although the aura could not be compared to the two spiritual tattoos of the great evolution sex prodigy, there was an inexplicable sense of sharpness. It was as if no matter how powerful the attack was, it would not be able to defeat the two. The great evolution sex prodigy was shocked to see that his opponent had actually used two spiritual tattoos. Being able to condense two complete spiritual tattoos at level 4 elixir cultivation. Even some of the so-called prodigies of the first-rate factions would not be able to do so. However, he could not care less. His two spiritual tattoos had already started their attack. How could he be distracted? Whoosh! The scarlet sea tattoo opened up, and instantly a vast scarlet sea wave surged out from within, heading straight for Yan Chutian to envelop him. On top of the sea wave, the burning sky tattoo also slowly opened up, and the boiling hot air spread out in all directions. Then, a huge fiery beast appeared. The huge fiery beast stepped on the sea wave and similarly charged towards Yan Chutian. Seeing this, Yan Chutian did not panic. He lifted his head and looked at the two spiritual tattoos on his body. As if they had received an order, the sword and cauldron charged out. Whoosh! The sharp sound of wind breaking resounded. In the next instant, a sharp, cold light flashed by, and the scarlet sea wave that was enveloping the sky and earth was actually directly torn apart from the middle. This sudden scene was clearly out of the great evolution sex prodigy's expectations. However, he was already prepared. Moreover, his scarlet sea tattoo was not so easy to deal with. Hence, the scarlet sea wave that was split apart actually charged towards Yan Chutian from both sides, trapping him in the middle, as if it was going to crush him. However, when the two sides of the sea wave truly crashed down, the mysterious sun cauldron above Yan Chutian's head had already slowly descended. A golden light shone out, and wherever the light shone, no matter how the sea wave crashed, it was unable to break through. Such a scene caused the great evolution sex prodigy's gaze to turn cold. As he slowly changed his hand gestures, the burning heaven rune, which was filled with a scorching aura, descended. Following a slight change, the burning heaven rune actually transformed into a whirlpool condensed from scorching flames. After brewing for an instant, the surging flames suddenly shot out. Everywhere it passed, even space was unable to withstand it, distorting and becoming blurry. Boom! The boundless flame seemed to be endless as it continuously rushed towards Yan Chutian. Under the gaze of the heavens favorite of the great evolution sect, it completely enveloped Yan Chutian and did not dissipate for a long time. After a full quarter of an hour, the raging flames spewing out from the vortex of flames gradually subsided, and the huge fireball that had formed began to dissipate. Even as it disappeared, the great evolution sect's Sky Pride's gaze was still fixed on it. In his opinion, with such a ferocious attack, that defensive spirit rune should not be able to withstand it anymore, right? As long as the spirit inscriptions were defeated, then under the burning of his burning heaven inscriptions, even if the other party was lucky enough to preserve his life, he would definitely be heavily injured and would be in a sorry state. However, as the ball of fire continued to dissipate, a strand of golden light quietly emerged. When he saw this ray of golden light, The Great Evolution Sex Sky Pride's heart suddenly sank. An expression on his face also gradually froze. When the fireball completely appeared, a huge golden cauldron could clearly be seen floating slowly. A golden light shone down from above, enveloping a certain figure. Under the envelopment of the golden light, even the raging flames from before seemed to be unable to cause the slightest bit of damage to this figure. Such an outcome finally caused the Great Evolution Sex Sky Pride to be unable to maintain his expression. Unconcealable shock surfaced on his face. No matter what, he could not imagine that his spirit inscription's attack was actually unable to break through the other party's defense. From a certain point of view, didn't this mean that the two spirit inscriptions that he had condensed were actually no match for the other party's spirit inscriptions? As the Great Evolution Sex Sky Pride, how could he accept this? He was a high and mighty Sky Pride. How could he be inferior to an ant in his eyes? Amidst his shock, the Great Evolution Sex Sky Pride did not even hesitate for a moment. Only by immediately defeating the other party would he be able to wash away the humiliation in his heart. The Great Evolution Sex Sky Pride closed his eyes slightly. The two gigantic spirit inscriptions that appeared in the sky gradually disappeared. However, at the same time, an even more turbulent spirit inscriptions surged wildly and rapidly gathered above his head. When the Great Evolution Sex Sky Pride opened his eyes, the energy gathered above his head had finally completely condensed into a spirit inscription. It was a black spirit inscription that resembled a swimming snake. Demonic blood snake inscription. The black swimming snake spirit inscription wriggled slowly and its gigantic body coiled up. The snake's head flicked its tongue in the direction of Yen Chutian. Within its equally black eyes, white crystal dots wriggled up and down. Finally, it completely locked onto Yen Chutian's body. In the next moment, the black swimming snake shot out explosively and opened its bloody mouth. Its gigantic mouth was equally black, just like a black hole. In the eyes of others, this might seem like an ordinary attack. However, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that if one was swallowed by the seemingly ordinary gigantic mouth of the black spirit inscription snake, one would most likely never be able to escape. After being swallowed, one would definitely have to endure a fatal strangulation force. At that time, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, they would not be able to withstand it and would only die a tragic death. Therefore, even though Yen Chutian was extremely confident in his grade 3 black young body, he would not be so foolish as to try it. Instead, he kept the first 2 spirit inscriptions and continued to display his skills. Yen Chutian's 3rd spirit inscription was the True Dragon inscription, and his 4th was the Great Thunder inscription. After thinking for a while, Yen Chutian did not activate the True Dragon inscription. Instead, he directly displayed the Great Dragon inscription. The True Dragon inscription was considered a taboo, and Yen Chutian was unwilling to casually expose it. Moreover, if he used the Great Thunder inscription to kill his opponent, such a demonic spirit inscription would most likely lead to unexpected results. In the blink of an eye, a thunder inscription slowly condensed in Yen Chutian's eyes, following which the thunder inscription also faintly flickered above his head. Finally, it transformed into a bolt of heavenly thunder and descended with a roar. Boom! The Great Thunder inscription forcefully descended and heavily clashed with the black snake that opened its huge mouth to devour. Before the collision, the Great Evolution Sex genius was calm and composed. He knew how powerful his 3rd blood demon snake inscription was, not to mention all things in the world. At least no matter what kind of cultivators attack, it would be able to devour and annihilate them. It could even turn them into a part of its own strength. It was also because of this 3rd spirit inscription that he was able to stand firm in the Great Evolution sect and even challenge the few sect's legacy disciples. Although he felt extremely humiliated that a mere level 4 elixir cultivator had forced him to use his final spirit inscription, It was also because of this that no matter how his opponent performed previously, he would definitely be defeated by him. Moreover, the power of the 2 spirit inscriptions just now should be his limit. However, with just those 2 spirit inscriptions, his blood demon snake inscription could easily devour it. Chapter 292. However, when the 2 truly collided, a scene that was out of the expectations of the great evolution sect elite appeared. The overbearing blood demon snake tattoo was actually directly blown back by the thunderbolt. Then the lightning gathered again. However, before the lightning struck, the demonic blood snake tattoo was pushed back and returned to the body of the great evolution sex prodigy uncontrollably. He could not react in time to the sudden situation. When the lightning struck, the great evolution sex prodigy did not have time to defend himself. Hence, when the lightning struck, there was only a protective spiritual energy around him. However, how much resistance could this protective spiritual energy have? It was pierced through immediately. Bang! The lightning struck, and the great evolution sex prodigy groaned in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this very moment, his face was still filled with the same shocked expression from before. He could not accept that his demonic blood snake tattoo was defeated by his opponent's spiritual tattoo. Even if his opponent was using the power of the 3rd spiritual tattoo, the result should not be like this. In the past, it was not like he had not met an opponent who used the 3rd spiritual tattoo. However, under the demonic blood snake tattoo, his opponent's 3rd spiritual tattoo was defeated. But today, it had actually turned into a crushing defeat for him. No matter what, he knew that he was not his opponent's match. Even though he was unwilling, the great evolution sex prodigy used the lightning strike to fall towards the bottom of the giant flower. Since he was not his opponent and was injured, he would not fight to the death. Although the mystic flame's sacred palace was filled with danger, it should be filled with opportunities as well. If he could obtain some kind of opportunity, his strength might increase by leaps and bounds. By then, he would be able to wash away his humiliation if he met this second-rate force's disciple again. Seeing that the great evolution sex prodigy was escaping immediately, Yen Chutian did not chase after him. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and started to recover. Currently, he was extremely strong. Even a level 7 elixir cultivator could not bully him. However, the price to pay was a huge depletion of his own strength. At the end of the day, his current cultivation was still too weak. If he could step into level 5 elixir, the situation would not be like this. However, it was not easy for elixir to advance in his cultivation. Now that he had obtained a miraculous spiritual fruit, he could give it a try. Perhaps with the help of this strange spirit fruit, he could break through to the 5th level of elixir. If he could truly charge into the 5th level of elixir, then he wouldn't be able to easily escape from his 7th level elixir. However, if he wanted to refine the spirit fruit, Yen Chutian would not stay on top of this giant spirit plant. The appearance of the great evolution sex prodigy had already given him a warning. There could be other prodigies here at any time. If someone else appeared while he was refining the spirit fruit, then he would be in a very bad situation. Therefore, after sitting cross-legged and recovering a lot, Yen Chutian also jumped off the giant spirit plant and jumped onto his own small piece of land. Using his spirit power, he quickly headed in the direction of the Black River. Only when he could no longer see the conspicuous giant spirit plant behind him did Yen Chutian relax a lot. He then took out the spirit fruit that he had obtained earlier. This spirit fruit was crystal clear and beautiful. However, it was the size of a human head. However, when he thought about the size of the giant spirit plant, it was not surprising that it grew into a spirit fruit of this size. Speaking of which, Yen Chutian would not consume it. He would never easily swallow unfamiliar spirit fruits into his stomach. After all, no one knew if there would be any poison in them. Yen Chutian chose to refine it directly with his spirit power. In this way, even though there would be some damage to the spirit fruit, it could reduce the risk to the lowest. Therefore, Yen Chutian fell into a long period of refining. At this time, Yen Chutian no longer controlled the land under his feet and let it drift freely. After all, on this small piece of land, he had set up 3 formations. Even if danger suddenly appeared, he would have enough time to react. This drifting lasted for a full half a month. The difficulty of refining this miraculous spirit fruit was beyond Yen Chutian's expectations. At the same time, after refining it, the huge amount of pure medicinal power contained in the spirit fruit surprised him. If Yen Chutian was not sure if he could break through to the 5th level of elixir with the help of this spirit fruit, he was now 100% sure. After a full half a month, Yen Chutian finally finished refining and absorbing the spirit fruit. Now, after accumulating precious power, it was time for him to break through to the next level. Yen Chutian's breakthrough was very smooth. In half a day, he had truly stepped into the 5th level of elixir. After breaking through, he did not immediately get up. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged and continuously consolidated his realm. Although every breakthrough was delightful, the consolidation after the breakthrough could not be ignored. Otherwise, if he was not careful, his cultivation could regress. And if the realm that he had spent a lot of effort to break through fell back down, then he wouldn't be able to find a place to regret it. Therefore, after another 5 days, Yen Chutian finally opened his eyes and stood up. Today he had truly stepped into the 5th level of elixir. Although his strength did not increase greatly, his foundation were much stronger than before. For example, if the Heaven's Pride from the Great Evolution sect appeared now and wanted to escape after being defeated, Yen Chutian would not have to worry about the huge damage to his body and force him to stay. In other words, at least in the 7th level of elixir, Yen Chutian did not have to worry about anything. After the surprise, Yen Chutian changed his tattered clothes and looked around. Suddenly, he realized that the number of small pieces of land on the surrounding Black River was increasing. Moreover, they were all moving in a certain direction, as if they were being pulled by something. Yen Chutian moved slightly. The land under his feet could still be changed by him. However, if he did not move, the land under his feet would still drift in that direction. Although Yen Chutian did not know why it was like this, he did not control it to leave immediately. Instead, he let nature take its course. Because he did not have a direction, why not go with the flow? Who knows? There might be more opportunities there. As he continued to drift, more and more pieces of land appeared on the surrounding river. After 2 days, Yen Chutian finally saw a figure. It was a man in green who was sitting cross-legged on a piece of land like him. The man's cultivation was not weak. Although he had not stepped into the 7th level of elixir, he could be considered as a quasi-7th level elixir. However, looking at his appearance, he seemed to be from a second-rate force. Since he was from a second-rate force and had such a cultivation, it proved that other than Yen Chutian, other people could also obtain opportunities in the ancient ruins. Yen Chutian did not deliberately reveal his cultivation aura. Therefore, with the man's strength, he naturally could not see it clearly. Therefore, the man in green maintained a vigilance against Yen Chutian. Although he was clearly not close to him, his spiritual energy was already surging and his face was tense. Chapter 293. In the following period of time, the man in green remained on guard because Yen Chutian had appeared. Although Yen Chutian was not on guard, he had a bad premonition. Perhaps the appearance of this man in green was just the beginning, as expected. As the land drifted forward, more and more young geniuses appeared. Among them, there was even a 7th level elixir cultivator. Moreover, it was not just one, but several. Thus, it was not hard to imagine that even if there was an opportunity at the end, the competition would be unimaginably intense. At this moment, Yen Chutian was even more glad that he had broken through in time. If he had not broken through to the 5th level of elixir, it would have been very difficult for him to face so many geniuses. As the land continued to drift forward, the number of people that appeared one after another had already reached close to 50. Moreover, More than half of them were geniuses from first-rate factions. Such a scene could not be described as not huge. All of a sudden, a small mountain appeared on the surface of the Black River that stretched as far as the eye could see. Even if one did not get close, one could see that this small mountain was filled with dazzling, heavenly treasures from afar. Those heavenly treasures bloomed with dazzling light in the dark night. Their bodies were covered in layers of light, and there seemed to be a faint fragrance spreading from there, causing one's heart to tremble. Jun Shinlan. Supreme Mystery Grass. That's Dragon Pistol. Holy Spirit Bamboo. Countless cries of surprise sounded from all directions. The first few were fine, but the further they went, the more taboo names could affect the hearts of many people. Because these were all famous heavenly treasures of the demonic grade. Especially the last few, their grades were probably close to 7 or even 8 patterns. A small mountain gathered so many heavenly treasures. Could this be the opportunity that the floating land below them was leading them to encounter? At this point, the eyes of many geniuses lit up, because if that was the case, then this opportunity was too great. However, it was also because of this that the hostility between them immediately rose by several levels. After all, no matter how great the opportunity was, if it was split up, it would be greatly reduced. Only by obtaining all of it would it be a great opportunity. Therefore, as they got closer and closer to the mountain, they were also thinking about what they should do before they got close to the mountain. Finally, when they were less than 30 meters away from the small mountain that was filled with treasures, a prodigy from a first-rate force with a level 7 elixir cultivation could no longer hold it in. He said to the crowd, "Everyone, the opportunity is right in front of us. However, to prevent unnecessary killing, I think we should set the rules of distribution in advance." When he said this, no one objected. It was best to avoid fighting if they could. After all, they were above such a strange black river. Even if there was an opportunity in front of them, no one knew if danger would suddenly appear in the next moment. Soon after, another genius from a first-rate force spoke up. Isn't that simple? The geniuses from the first-rate forces, like us, will go first, and then it will be the turn of those from the second-rate forces. After hearing these words, the geniuses from the first-rate forces were all shocked. More than half of the people here were from the first-rate forces. How could they not agree? Although the geniuses from the second-rate forces were dissatisfied, there were only a few of them. Moreover, their cultivation was still lacking compared to the geniuses from the first-rate forces. Therefore, they did not dare to voice their dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Yan Chutian's expression changed slightly. However, he would not foolishly follow these rules. If he did, then he would be the biggest fool. Moreover, he knew that with the greed of these so-called first-rate forces geniuses, he would not be able to negotiate a final decision. As expected, another genius from a first-rate force said sanctimoniously, "If that's the case, then my Star Moon Palace will go first. After all, my Star Moon Palace is one of the 8 top first-rate forces. The Star Moon Palace is merely the weakest among the 8 top first-rate forces. How dare you take the lead in front of my demon-slaying hall?" A long-haired man with a huge sword on his back sneered. His entire body was sharp and he was like a sheathed sword. However, his words had obviously infuriated the pride of Star Moon Palace. The pride of Star Moon Palace's face was immediately filled with anger as he shouted, "Xiaoyu, you said that Star Moon Palace is the weakest among the 8 first-rate forces? In front of my Star Moon Palace, what is your demon-slaying hall? Clearly, your demon-slaying hall is the weakest. Ha! It seems that you want to taste the sharpness of my demon-slaying sword again." The long-haired man's eyes were filled with sword intention, and his words were filled with sharpness. However, the disciple from the Star Moon Palace was not afraid at all. He immediately laughed and said, "So what if you have the demon-slaying sword? My Star Moon Palace's Star Moon Scripture is not afraid of your little sword technique." The two of them argued fiercely. However, They did not know that the other geniuses from the other first-rate forces did not agree. Instead, their gazes were gloomy, and it was obvious that they were dissatisfied with the two of them. What the two of you said is wrong. Although the Star Moon Palace and the Demon Slaying Hall are among the 8 top first-rate forces, they're still first-rate forces after all. There is no difference. What's the point of talking so much? Strength is the key. The strongest will enter first. My absolute dragon sect has 7 geniuses present. I'd like to see which side can be compared to us. Many shouts sounded one after another. How could they reach a unified conclusion? Therefore, Yen Chutian did not even bother to look at them. His gaze turned to the small mountain in front of him. All of a sudden, he saw a white lotus flower among the many heavenly treasures. Perhaps compared to the other gorgeous heavenly treasures, the white lotus did not have many extraordinary features. However, when he saw the white lotus, Yen Chutian was shocked because it was the Tao sculpting lotus. The Tao sculpting lotus that could help Chiu Yu reconstruct her body. Yen Chutian had always been worried that he wouldn't be able to find the Tao sculpting lotus in the mortal world. This was because when he asked others about the term Tao sculpting lotus, they all had blank expressions. He even felt that there might not be a Tao sculpting lotus in the mortal world. He could only look for it when he returned to the heaven realm. However, Yen Chutian had never thought that he would find the Tao sculpting lotus here before he found all the spirit medicines needed to cultivate that cultivation technique. Didn't this mean that he could find all the heavenly treasures he needed in the mortal world? Yen Chutian's mind was shaken. He really wanted to rush to the island and take the Tao sculpting lotus into his bag. Only when encountering matters related to Chiu Yu would Yen Chutian be so restless. However, no matter how excited Yen Chutian was, he did not completely lose his mind. Sweeping his gaze around, his sharp eyes finally discovered that there was a layer of faint black qi lingering around the shore of this small island. And under this layer of black qi, for some reason, there was an undetectable smell of blood drifting out. He hurriedly called for help from the people behind him, but those geniuses behind him couldn't avoid him in time, so who would come to save him? Thus, in the end, one could see him gradually fusing into the black qi. Once he did so, the seemingly thin black qi completely covered him, and he was no longer able to make any sound. Plop, the shore of the hill was very long, so this kind of situation was not rare. Seeing the example of these two, some of the geniuses finally couldn't help but jump into the Black River, hoping to find a way to survive. Indeed, after jumping into the Black River, they successfully distanced themselves from the small mountain and the incomparably strange black qi. However, as they swam, the figures of the geniuses suddenly disappeared from the surface of the river. They could no longer be seen, and there was no longer any movement. This scene caused everyone who saw it to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. Who would have thought that such a seemingly safe area would be hiding so many dangers? One had to know that there were geniuses from first-rate factions among those people. Even if they weren't from the top 8 first-rate factions, if they were to truly compete in strength, they might not necessarily lose. In other words, if they had been a few steps faster, it was very likely that they would have suffered the same fate. Thus, the atmosphere that followed was deathly silence, a long, deathly silence. No matter who it was, no one dared to act rashly. Even Yen Chutian frowned as he looked at the situation around him. His entire body emitted a strong sense of vigilance. It wasn't that he was exaggerating, but the strange scene that appeared was something that even he didn't have the confidence to resist. However, what made him struggle was that the Tao sculpting lotus was on the small mountain. If he left now, wouldn't it mean that he would lose this one and only Tao sculpting lotus in the mortal world? Yen Chutian was indecisive, and so were the geniuses around him. However, what they cared about wasn't a special spiritual plant, but all of the heavenly treasures. If they could harvest all of these heavenly treasures, then there was no doubt that this was a huge opportunity. With such a high grade of heavenly treasures, at least breaking through to the 9th level of the elixir realm wouldn't be a problem. Since they were geniuses, they naturally had great confidence in themselves. They believed that they would definitely be able to condense 5 spiritual inscriptions and break through to the elixir realm. Even if they were to break through to the Yuaniing realm, the heavenly treasures in front of them would be a huge help. Thus, after hesitating for a long time, some of the geniuses finally couldn't suppress the desire in their hearts. Although they knew that the path ahead was extremely dangerous, they still wanted to take a risk. However, they naturally wouldn't be unprepared. Instead, they circulated their spiritual energy and condensed a thick layer of defense on the surface of their bodies. One of the geniuses from a first-rate faction even summoned his spiritual inscriptions. His spiritual inscriptions were clearly defensive spiritual inscriptions. An ancient flag fluttered and a dense light enveloped him, protecting him within. There were also some who didn't use their spiritual inscriptions, but instead used defensive spiritual techniques. As they formed hand seals, majestic spiritual energy rushed out and turned into a huge ancient bell that descended and locked around the body of the geniuses. This kind of defense was something that even cultivators of the same level couldn't easily break through. Its defensive power was astonishing. Some people's thoughts were even more radical. They actually launched an attack. The spiritual spear in their hands was raised towards the sky. As it slowly descended, a huge spear shadow appeared in the dark sky and slashed down forcefully. However, no matter how astonishing his attack was, when it landed on the shore of the small mountain and encountered the thin black gas, it disappeared in an instant like before. This scene caused the attacker's face to turn pale. He hurriedly opened up a distance and didn't have the demeanor of a genius anymore. Looking at the person with the golden bell using the spirit cage technique, he slowly moved the land under his feet closer and tried to get ashore. However, just as he got closer, he immediately cried out in fear. However, he seemed to be quite lucky. He continued to fly between the many floating lands and finally escaped the calamity. However, when everyone's gazes locked onto him, they were shocked to see that his entire right arm had disappeared. The wound was extremely smooth, as if it had been cut off by a blade. This scene caused everyone's scalp to go numb. They only felt that the strange danger in front of them had become even more terrifying. Chapter 295. However, what rekindled everyone's hope was that not everyone returned in such a miserable state. The prodigy with the spirit rune flag above his head was enveloped by the radiance. When he got close to the shore, he did not disappear and was able to walk on the shore. This was undoubtedly a joyous scene for everyone. Furthermore, they could easily make the connection that perhaps only the spirit runes could resist the black aura. Once they thought of this, how could these prodigies hesitate? They immediately activated their own spirit runes. Various spirit runes appeared in the sky and enveloped their owners. Under the cover of the spirit runes, everyone began to attempt to ascend the shore. Indeed, under the cover of the spirit runes, the same situation as before did not happen again. Everyone was able to walk safely. However, the price to pay for walking safely was too great. All the prodigies could clearly feel that the spirit runes were indeed able to resist the mysterious force that enveloped the small mountain. However, the consumption was incomparably huge. Those who were still on the periphery could also clearly see that the spirit runes above the heads of the prodigies who had ascended the small mountain were rapidly dimming. In the end, they could no longer hold on and could only switch to another spirit rune to support themselves. In this way, it was obvious that they had to rely on the number of spirit runes they had condensed to support themselves on the small mountain. However, it seemed that the quality of the spirit runes also had a certain effect. Even if they ascended the small mountain at the same time, the spirit runes above their heads would not completely dim at the same time. After roughly understanding this point, the prodigies who had already ascended the small mountain did not hesitate at all. They gritted their teeth and hurriedly headed for the nearest natural treasure. However, Even with the protection of the spirit runes, being able to walk normally on the small mountain was the limit. Therefore, even though the natural treasure seemed to be right in front of them, it was extremely difficult to obtain it. Furthermore, they had to do so before the power of their spirit runes was exhausted. Finally, a painful scream suddenly rang out. The spirit runes above one of the prodigy's heads had suddenly extinguished. In fact, he had wanted to turn back before the spirit runes were extinguished, but he was still one step too late. As the scream rang out, the prodigy's head had already lost the protection of the spirit runes. That prodigy continued to struggle violently. Even though there was nothing around him, he seemed to be suffering from something. In the end, the prodigy twisted for a while and died completely with his eyes wide open. After the prodigy died, his bones began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, wisps of black gas began to seep out of his body, slowly gathering towards the shore of the small mountain. By the time the last wisp of black chi had drilled out, the elite corpse had already turned into a pile of dust. If one did not witness it with their own eyes, it was likely that no one would know that this ordinary-looking pile of dust was actually the corpse of a prided elite. Another roar of pain rang out. It was a similar Heaven's Pride who also collapsed on the road. They weren't the only ones. More and more people were collapsing. It was all because the spirit runes above their heads had dimmed, and there were no other spirit runes that could replace them. After they fell down and died, they were like the first chosen. Black chi seeped out of their corpses and merged with the thin black chi on the shore. Then they completely turned into dust. Among them, there were even cultivators who had picked a heaven and earth treasure and were returning immediately. However, his spirit inscriptions were unable to support his return journey and disappeared in advance. This scene once again caused the remaining people to feel a chill in their hearts. They originally thought that they had found a way to harvest heaven and earth treasures. Who knew that there was such a huge danger hidden in it? Just now, only a few people who sensed that something was wrong and were closest to the shore were lucky enough to return. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated. Then there was once again complete silence. After a long silence, someone finally felt that there was not much hope and manipulated the land under his feet to leave. Some people were shaken, and the feeling of giving up quickly spread. Many people secretly shook their heads and then turned to leave. In their eyes, this was not an opportunity but a land of death. Although those heaven and earth treasures were good, they still needed to be alive to enjoy them. However, there were also some people who were unwilling to leave and still stayed near the small mountain. Among them was Yen Chutian. Yen Chutian did not want to give up so easily. There was a Tao sculpting lotus on the small mountain, and this might be the only Tao sculpting lotus in the entire mortal world. He could not give up so easily. Moreover, it was not impossible for him to climb this small mountain safely and return successfully. After all, he had already condensed 4 spirit inscriptions. Among all the people who had just come ashore, at most, those who had condensed 3 spirit inscriptions. Moreover, Yen Chutian was very confident in the quality of the spirit inscriptions he had condensed, especially the true dragon inscription, which was considered a taboo among the many spirit inscriptions. However, the only thing that made Yen Chutian a little suspicious was that the Tao sculpting lotus was not near the shore, but in a more remote location. However, Yen Chutian was not a wishy-washy person. Since he could give it a try, he would never give up. Therefore, when some of the geniuses once again controlled the land and approached the shore of the small mountain, Yen Chutian was among them. At this time, the remaining geniuses who were still watched the actions of these people. Of course, after a glance, no one's gaze fell on Yen Chutian. Instead, it fell on the remaining geniuses. Even if there was, it was only sarcasm and ridicule. That was because these geniuses who were watching were all from first-rate forces. Among them, only Yen Chutian, a disciple from a second-rate force, was left. Therefore, in their opinion, How could Yen Chutian have any hope of obtaining the heavenly treasure and returning successfully? In their eyes, Yen Chutian was a foolish person who had been blinded by greed. Otherwise, why would he be courting death like this? That seems to be a disciple from a second-rate force. Even such a person dares to attempt to come ashore? I know him. His name is Yen Chu, and he shines brightly in the second-rate forces. However, I did not expect him to be so arrogant. Does he think that he can do well in the first-rate forces just because he is like a fish in water in the second-rate forces? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This is a test of the quality and quantity of spirit inscriptions a cultivator can condense. Judging from his aura, he is at most at the 5th level of elixir. How many spirit inscriptions can he condense? I don't know. I don't know the details. However, to be able to shine brightly in the second-rate forces, there should be at least 3 spirit inscriptions. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve and his foundation is in a mess. Many mocking voices were heard. Although they did not say it explicitly, the meaning revealed was that they were all mocking Yen Chutian for overestimating himself. Then, they did not look at Yen Chutian anymore. Instead, they continued to lock onto the other geniuses. Perhaps they could gain some experience from these geniuses. With so many heavenly treasures in front of them, they really did not want to let them go. Bang! Finally, the pieces of land hit the shore one by one. However, there was one exception. That was Yen Chutian. He did not want to give up the land where he had set up 3 formations. Therefore, he stopped at the periphery and continued to borrow strength from the other pieces of land. Finally, he leaped onto the shore of the small mountain. Chapter 296. Upon reaching the shore, a heavy sword with spiritual inscriptions slowly appeared above Yen Chutian's head. Light scattered down and enveloped his body. With the protection of the spiritual inscriptions, the black gas gathered by the shore couldn't get close to Yen Chutian's body. At the same time, he could clearly feel that the spiritual inscriptions seemed to have isolated the inexplicable power that only existed on this small mountain. It wasn't difficult to figure out that it was this inexplicable power that had killed many of the geniuses just now. Moreover, Yen Chutian had a feeling that even the spiritual talismans couldn't be used here. Therefore, it was no wonder that most of the geniuses who had reached the shore had died tragically. It wasn't that they didn't have the chance to crush the spiritual talismans, but that it was useless. Like Yen Chutian, the other geniuses who had reached the shore seemed to have noticed this. With a solemn expression, they had already activated their spiritual inscriptions to protect themselves. And because they were the first to reach the shore, they all pulled away from Yen Chutian. Looking over, Yen Chutian was the only one who had pulled back. This scene undoubtedly made the geniuses who were watching from the Black River sneer even more. They felt that the situation was just as they had expected. How could a disciple from a second-rate force compare with a genius from a first-rate force? Slowly walking forward, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that every step he took consumed a lot of spiritual inscriptions. Even his first spiritual inscription was rapidly dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't difficult to understand why so many geniuses had tried but ended up failing. But no matter what, Yen Chutian had expected this situation, so he didn't panic. Step by step, he steadily walked toward the Tao sculpting lotus in his sight. At the same time, the other geniuses were in the same situation. Everyone looked determined as they walked step by step toward the heaven and earth treasures in their sight. Among them, the spiritual inscriptions on the geniuses' heads finally dimmed and couldn't support it anymore. They had no choice but to activate a second spiritual inscription to replace it. However, although the sense of threat he felt after using the second spiritual inscription was greatly reduced, this prodigy was the first to find it difficult to use the first spiritual inscription. In other words, the quality of his first spiritual inscription was the lowest. Therefore, how could his complexion be good? Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed that he was destined to have no fate with those treasures. At this point, the prodigy was very decisive. He immediately retreated the way he came and left the small mountain. As a result, it was obvious that he had failed. It had only been a short while since they came ashore, but there were already prides from first-rate forces who knew that they were no match for them and had given up. This undoubtedly shocked the spectating prodigies even more. Perhaps the true danger of this small mountain was beyond their imagination. However, it was also because of this that they were in awe of the few people who were still walking slowly on the hill with the first spiritual pattern. The only thing that made them uncomfortable was that there was actually a disciple from a second-rate force mixed in with these geniuses. No matter how they looked at it, it didn't fit in. This disciple of a second-rate force really doesn't know what he's talking about. Some of the geniuses from first-rate forces have already given up, yet he's still holding on. He is courting death. When the power of the spiritual tattoo is not enough, he will die miserably in this hill. He's courting death. Everyone was competing with each other to ridicule him. Even though they were all surprised that this disciple from a second-rate force could hold on for so long with his first spiritual pattern, no one would say it out loud. Because if they said it out loud, wouldn't they be slapping their own faces? The quality of the spiritual tattoo they couldn't even compare to a disciple from a second-rate force. They could only anxiously hope to see Yen Chutian die miserably from exhaustion. Only then would they not feel ashamed. Yen Chutian didn't care about the words of the people outside. In fact, he couldn't care less. This small mountain was like a sealed space that was completely isolated from the outside world. All he could see was the backs of the few people in front of him, as well as a prodigy who had given up and left quickly, brushing past him. After moving forward for a while, Yen Chutian finally felt that the mystic Yang sword tattoo could no longer hold on. If he insisted on holding on, he was afraid that this spiritual pattern that he had painstakingly condensed would collapse. Therefore, he put away the heavy sword with spiritual patterns and switched to a three-legged golden cauldron that floated in the air. An even more intense radiance than before enveloped him, protecting him. At the same time, the other prodigies also changed their spiritual patterns one by one. This scene made the spectating prodigies secretly heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if a prodigy from a first-rate force displayed the second spiritual pattern while a disciple from a second-rate force was still using the first spiritual pattern, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. They were afraid of being slapped in the face, but they were not stingy with their ridicule of Yen Chudan. When the second spiritual pattern was displayed, someone immediately mocked. Who knows? This might be the last spiritual pattern he condenses. That would be hilarious. Who knows? But with his cultivation, even if he coincidentally condensed the third spiritual pattern, how powerful can it be? Just wait and see. If the power of the spiritual pattern is not enough, he will naturally make a fool of himself or even die a miserable death. As they continued to move forward, before they could even touch the heaven and earth treasures, the spiritual patterns on the heads of some prodigies dimmed. This caused his expression to change drastically. However, even if the opportunity was right in front of him, he still chose to save his life and immediately retreated. Almost as soon as he retreated a few steps, the second spiritual pattern on top of his head completely disappeared. Instead, the third and final spiritual pattern appeared, and he quickly retreated. This scene made many spectating disciples feel that it was a pity because he was only a short distance away from the heaven and earth treasures. And while some people failed, others naturally succeeded. A cultivator gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward, grabbing a heaven and earth treasure with one hand. However, the moment the joy appeared on his face, it was immediately filled with fear because the spiritual pattern on top of his head had completely dimmed and disappeared. No, the prodigy couldn't help but roar, his face full of fear. At the same time, he naturally hurried towards the shore. However, when he retreated, he couldn't hold on until he left and completely collapsed. When he fell in despair, the heaven and earth treasure in his hand was still shining brightly. But soon, the heaven and earth treasure turned into dust with him. How can this be? Among the spectating heaven's favorites, someone couldn't help but sigh. This scene made them feel that it was a pity. They had already gotten the heaven and earth treasure, but they fell on their way back. Therefore, this made them even more worried for the other heaven's favorites. Though they had all gotten the heaven and earth treasures, could they successfully return? Among these people, there was also a person who made others jealous. That person was Yan Chutian. Nobody would have thought that this second-rate force's disciple would rely on the second spiritual pattern to make it this far. In other words, whether they were willing to admit it or not, Yan Chutian still had the possibility of getting the heaven and earth treasures and successfully returning. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 297. A disciple from a second-rate force actually had the possibility of picking a heaven and earth treasure and returning successfully. Naturally, these first-rate forces geniuses found it hard to accept. Therefore, some of them even secretly cursed, hoping that the mysterious Yang Cauldron rune above Yan Chutian's head would dim as soon as possible, catching him off guard. However, they didn't expect that while they were cursing, Yan Chutian didn't stop in front of the first heaven and earth treasure. Instead, he continued to walk backward. This made their gazes stagnate at first. Then they revealed ecstatic expressions and mocked. Haha, this second-rate force's disciple is really crazy. He actually wants to continue forward. Arrogant. It's already a great fortune to be able to pick a heaven and earth treasure. He actually continues to go deeper. Does he really think he's so good? Even the geniuses from the top 8 first-rate forces don't dare to do this. Could it be that this second-rate force's disciple thinks he's stronger than them? Not only the spectating geniuses, but even the geniuses who were persevering on the small mountain and had begun to return as soon as possible were suddenly stunned at this moment. Many incomprehensible gazes were constantly cast over. They admitted that Yan Chutian, who came from a second-rate force, could actually persevere to this point. It really surprised them. However, no matter how surprised they were, even they could pick a heaven and earth treasure at will and return. Yet, the other party actually continued to go deeper. In addition to being shocked, these geniuses gently shook their heads without exception. In their opinion, Yan Chutian was too arrogant. Even if there were heaven and earth treasures in the depths of this small mountain, he still had to act according to his ability. Now he was undoubtedly courting death. After shaking their heads, they didn't stay any longer because there wasn't much time left for them. If they delayed any longer, they were afraid that even they wouldn't be able to walk out of this place where opportunities and dangers coexisted. At this moment, Yan Chutian had completely ignored the outside world. In his eyes, there was only the Tao sculpting lotus. He had to get the Tao sculpting lotus, even if he had to bear great danger. Perhaps this might seem very stupid to outsiders, and it didn't conform to his usual calm temperament. However, since it concerned Qiuyu, he couldn't think too much about it. As he walked forward with great difficulty, the mystic Yang Cauldron rune above his head dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though the quality of his spirit rune was extremely high, it was unable to persevere and eventually faded away. With the disappearance of the mystic Yang Cauldron rune, Yan Chutian could only summon the third spirit rune, which was the true dragon rune. Dazzling flames appeared. As the flames surged, they obscured his body. Only his 4 limbs could be vaguely seen, but it was impossible to discern his true appearance. The appearance of the mark of the true dragon greatly reduced the pressure on Yan Chutian, and he continued forward. At the same time, the spectating sky prides were shocked by the appearance of the third spiritual inscription on Yan Chutian's head. However, they were not too surprised. Instead, they smiled coldly. They couldn't see what Yan Chutian's third spirit pattern was, but they didn't need to care about it. Before returning, he had already executed the last spirit rune. In their eyes, the current Yan Chutian was no different from a dead man. Countless prided geniuses from before had proven this principle. If the third and final spirit rune had been unleashed but had yet to return, they would have already turned into a small mountain of dust by now. Now that the results were confirmed, apart from mocking them for overestimating their own capabilities, the spectating prodigies all turned their gazes towards those prodigies who had obtained heavenly treasures and were returning at top speed. They were all looking forward to seeing if someone could really bring out a stock of heavenly treasures from the small mountain. If there was, it was equivalent to a ray of hope, and it would give them confidence. If there wasn't, they might as well leave as soon as possible, lest they continue to waste time here. No. Suddenly, a painful roar rang out. Looking over, one could see a sky pride from a first-rate force looking up at the sky. At this moment, the giant tiger spirit rune floating above his head was rapidly dimming. Moments after he roared, the giant tiger spirit rune swept back and disappeared before his eyes. At this moment, the sky pride's expression became extremely fearful, and he wanted to rush out of the small mountain. However, the spirit rune had already dissipated, so how could he still move? After a while, the sky prides fell to the ground. Wisps of strange black gas drilled out of his body and gathered at the shore of the small mountain. As for his body, it turned into dust. This sky pride wasn't an exception. The more sky prides walked out, the dimmer the spirit runes floating above their heads became. Without exception, all of these spiritual inscriptions were their third and final spiritual inscriptions. Once the spirit runes dissipated, how could they persist? Even if they took a few steps forward, it wouldn't change the final result. They would all turn into black gas and dust. Spirit, demon, sword, rune. However, it wasn't that no sky prides had succeeded. The sky pride from the demon, slaying Hall, gritted his teeth and roared. The originally dim spirit rune shone brightly again, causing his retreating body to accelerate again. Finally, before the spirit rune on his head dimmed, he retreated from the small mountain. However, after retreating, his face had become extremely pale, and the power of the spirit rune was even weaker. If the sky prides who were watching made a move to snatch it, he probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, the sky prides who were watching struggled and didn't make a move in the end. Firstly, as sky prides, they had their own pride and disdain to be so despicable. Secondly, this sky pride was from the demon-slaying Hall, which was one of the top 8 first-rate forces. This made them wary. Immediately after, another sky pride from the demon-slaying Hall successfully returned from the small mountain, his life hanging by a thread. However, his situation was even worse than the former. His body was injured, and he hurriedly consumed a precious elixir to stabilize himself. He was a sky pride from the Star Moon Palace. The 2 sky prides had paid a huge price to retrieve the treasures from the small mountain. However, other than being envious, the surrounding people didn't do anything else. Seeing the 2 sky prides in such a state, they couldn't help but give up on trying to reach the shore. This was because it seemed like they were simply seeking their own deaths. Other than the 2 sky prides, everyone else had died on the small mountain. They and the treasures they had obtained had all turned into dust. That second-rate force's disciple is still persevering. Suddenly, a low cry of surprise sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that there was indeed a thin and small figure slowly returning from the small mountain. They couldn't help but be shocked. Other than the 2 sky prides from the demon-slaying Hall and the Star Moon Palace, everyone else had died on the small mountain. Yet he was still alive? What kind of spirit rune is that on his head? It can actually last for so long. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 298. Countless shocked gazes were fixed on the spirit pattern above Yan Chuqian's head. Even though they couldn't see what kind of spirit pattern it was, it made them even more curious. What exactly was that spirit pattern? It was hard for them to imagine that a spirit pattern could last for so long. What exactly was that four-legged beast shrouded in flames? At that moment, Yen Chutian had already put away the Tao sculpting lotus. At the same time, he was also delighted by the strength of the true dragon pattern. It had lasted until now. Now he had already started to return. However, no matter how strong the true dragon pattern was, it was only the third spirit pattern after all. There would be a time when the power of the spirit pattern would be exhausted. Hence, in the eyes of the crowd, they could clearly see that the strange spirit pattern above Yen Chutian's head was constantly dimming. At that moment, he was still quite a distance away from the shore of the small mountain. Although I don't know what his third spirit pattern is and why it can last for so long, this is also the limit. However, this is also the limit. This spirit pattern of his can no longer support him. It's also his own stupidity. If he had casually plucked a spirit herb just now, he wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Speaking of which, what is that white lotus that he tried so hard to pluck? I've never seen it before. Although it's also demon grade, it seems to be very ordinary. Could it be that he took such a risk only to obtain a trashy spirit herb that he thinks is of the highest grade? If that's the case, it's his own stupidity. However, it's still uncertain whether he can walk out now. While the crowd was talking, the demon-slaying Hall's Sky Pride glanced up. Although he was also surprised that Yen Chutian's third spirit pattern could last for so long, it seemed to be on the verge of dissipating. Looking at the distance between him and the shore, it was impossible for him to return before the spirit pattern completely disappeared. In other words, the other party's tragic death was already a fact. At that thought, the demon-slaying Hall's Sky Pride couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. It was really the first time he had encountered such a stupid person. Similarly, the Star Moon Palace's Sky Pride opened and closed his eyes, and a cold smile flashed across his face. As the pride of one of the top 8 first-rate forces, he was naturally unwilling to see a second-rate force's disciple perform outstandingly in front of him. It would undoubtedly overshadow his own brilliance, or even make him dim in comparison. The disciple of the Divine Mystery Sect could have done it, but he was too stupid. He overestimated himself and insisted on plucking a white lotus in the depths of the small mountain. Perhaps the value of this unknown white lotus was extraordinary, but so what? Wasn't he still unable to escape death? Finally, under countless gazes, the spirit pattern above Yen Chutian's head completely dimmed before he even got close to the shore. In an instant, there were people who laughed out loud and no longer looked at him. There was no need to watch to know what would happen next. Countless geniuses played out the same scene again and again, and all of them died tragically. Some people took a few more glances, but there were still some people who were watching. Without exception, the smiles on the corners of these prided geniuses' mouths gradually froze as their eyes that were filled with disdain continuously widened. After a long while, cries of disbelief rang out from the mouths of these people. How is this possible? Cries of surprise rang out one after another, like the waves of the sea, unable to calm down for a long time. This caused those prided geniuses, who had already turned their gazes away, to frown. What was going on? How could a second-rate force's disciple's tragic death be so shocking? However, when they also looked over, their expressions changed drastically, just like those prided geniuses from before. Then, a sentence that was difficult to understand gushed out from their mouths. How is this possible? The demon-slaying Hall's pride raised his head in confusion. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically as well. Disbelief and shock surfaced on his face, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long time. He could not believe what he had just seen, that second-rate force's disciple did not die tragically. On the contrary, he was constantly approaching the shore, and above his head there was a thunderbolt pattern suspended. But how was this possible? He had already displayed 3 spirit patterns earlier. How could there be more? Could it be that he had actually condensed 4 spirit patterns? The 4th spirit pattern, The Star Moon Palace's pride was shocked. His exclamation finally rang out, breaking the shocked and frozen atmosphere. Countless prided geniuses regained their senses and stared at the thunderbolt pattern in disbelief. At this moment, they suddenly regained their senses. It was no wonder that the second-rate force's disciple dared to act, even though they thought he was courting death. It turned out that he had actually condensed 4 spirit patterns. 4 spirit patterns. This was a level that none of them had reached. Even the prided geniuses of the Demon Slaying Hall and Star Moon Palace, which were among the top 8 first-rate forces, were the same. However, such shocking attainments in spirit patterns had been achieved by a second-rate force's disciple whom they had previously looked down upon. In that instant, they could not help but feel that they were extremely laughable, especially those prided geniuses who had mocked him earlier. At this moment, their faces were flushed with shame, and they wished they could find a place to hide immediately. They had still been mocking him earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they had been slapped in the face. Such a huge turn of events was unacceptable to them. At this moment, only Yen Chutian was calm and composed. He had not been disturbed by the outside world. Even with the Great Thunder pattern, he was still in a bad situation. After all, he had only condensed the Great Thunder pattern not long ago. How could it compare to the previous 3? Fortunately, he had also cultivated the mystic Yang Qi condensation. Even if the Great Thunder pattern had only been condensed for a short period of time, it could greatly increase the depth of the spirit pattern's power. In the future, he would gradually transform it into the spirit pattern's own quality. All the spirit patterns were displayed one after another, and the mystic Yang Qi condensation was circulating crazily. In the end, Yen Chutian returned to the shore before the last spirit pattern completely dimmed. At this moment, he was not much different from the prided geniuses of the Demon Slaying Hall and Star Moon Palace. He was very weak. However, even so, Yen Chutian did not stop immediately. Instead, he immediately rushed back to the piece of land that he had stopped at the outermost periphery. Finally, he sat down cross-legged and quickly recovered. At the same time, many shocked gazes were still fixed on him. Even the prided geniuses of the Demon Slaying Hall and Star Moon Palace, who were working hard to recover, were the same. Until now, they still found it hard to believe that a mere disciple of a second-rate force had done something that they could not. Condensing 4 spirit patterns. How did he, who came from a second-rate force, do it? Moreover, from the aura that he inadvertently exuded, it seemed that he had just broken through to the 5th level of elixir. In such a situation, could it be that he could condense a spirit pattern at every level? At the same time, among the many gazes that were looking at Yen Chutian, 1 or 2 gradually became strange. Now, Yen Chutian was obviously very weak, and he came from a second-rate force. He did not need to care about his identity at all. Could he take the opportunity to snatch it? Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 299. Some geniuses were too proud of their status and were unwilling to do so. However, not all geniuses were like this. Moreover, Yen Chutian was from a second-rate faction and had no status in their eyes. This made it even harder for them to suppress their inner thoughts. Most importantly, the current Yen Chutian was incomparably weak in their eyes. Once they made a move, they would definitely succeed. At this point, one of the geniuses' figure finally shot out. Ferocious light surged in his eyes as he headed straight for Yen Chutian. Since he was already prepared to make a move, he naturally would not hesitate. Immediately, he viciously sent a palm strike towards Yen Chutian's back. When this palm strike landed, he would definitely beat his opponent half to death, snatch his Chinquan bag, and immediately leave. Although this action would definitely cause the surrounding geniuses to ridicule him, it was all worth it. As long as he could obtain that heavenly treasure, he might even be able to break through to the 8th level of elixir. Compared to that, Even if there was a stain on his record, what was it? Sensing that someone had suddenly made a move, the surrounding geniuses all cast their gazes over. At this moment, there were indeed some who revealed mocking expressions. However, there were also some whose gazes were unreadable. This was because, at that moment, these people were also struggling internally. Who would have thought that someone would beat them to it? However, no one would have expected that when the powerful palm strike landed, this attack, which was likely enough to destroy a mountain, would stop one zhang above Yan Chutian's head. It could not advance any further. This scene not only caused the surrounding geniuses' expressions to change, but also shocked the attacking geniuses. He clearly saw that the Heaven's Secret sect disciple sitting cross-legged on the ground did not move at all. How could this happen? Bang! However, the result was not just that. In the next instant, a deafening rumbling sound rang out. The genius who had attacked was abruptly blasted backwards, flying a distance of several meters and nearly falling into the Black River. After this, the crowd once again looked over, only to see a blurry giant lotus flower slowly blossoming. The lotus flower covered a wide area, coincidentally covering the entire ground Yan Chutian was sitting cross-legged on. This is a formation. Finally, they guessed what it was. However, even though they knew, the shock on their faces did not lessen. Instead, it deepened. At this moment, everyone finally realized why the Heaven's Secret sect disciple was sitting on the ground outside and did not directly approach. It turns out that he set up a formation on the ground, and this array formation was able to withstand the attack of a 7th-level primal core prodigy. One could only imagine how powerful this array formation was. Adding this to the shocking attainments that the other party had displayed in the field of spirit runes, these so-called geniuses suddenly felt an immense pressure, because they all realized that, compared to him, they were not Heaven's favorites. I don't care what methods you are, break. At the same time, the attacking genius's face. This was because he couldn't even break through a single formation set up by the other party. How could he, a prodigy from a first-rate force, still show his face? As such, this time, he had already used a spirit technique. The majestic spiritual power surged, and as he constantly changed the seal, it actually turned into a giant elephant that could suppress the heavens and trample the earth. The giant elephant stomped. Its giant foot was raised high up in the air. Then, it viciously stomped down towards Yan Chutian. Even a 7th-level elixir cultivator would have to use all his strength to defend against such a powerful attack. Otherwise, the result would be tragic. It was also because of this that the shocked gazes of the surrounding people recovered slightly. Soon after, some people revealed ice-cold smiles. So what if your performance is shocking? Today, you will not escape death. However, when the giant elephant stomped its foot down, a scene that shocked everyone once again appeared. The small ground Yan Chutian was sitting cross-legged on was enveloped by the giant lotus flower. In the next moment, an identical giant lotus flower appeared on the other side. Boom! The giant foot stomped down, and a loud rumble resounded. However, because of the appearance of the second lotus flower, the array was much stronger. It did not break as expected. However, this was not the end. Suddenly, the outline of another lotus flower appeared on top of the 2 giant lotuses. When the second giant lotus appeared, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After all, they were all Heaven's favorites from top forces. They were all idiots who did not know what was good for them. Looking at this scene, they could naturally tell that the ground Yan Chutian was sitting on was indeed covered with an array. However, it was not just one array, but 3. Moreover, from the way they intertwined with each other, it was obvious that his mastery of arrays had reached an astonishing level. At least, they had never heard of any Heaven's favorites from top forces who had such astounding mastery of arrays. Boom! The rumbling sound rang out for the 3rd time. This time, It was the sound of the gigantic foot of the giant elephant that was forcefully stomping downwards, being forcibly shattered. The three formations arranged by Yan Chutian were not simple defenses. While resisting the attacks of the enemy, they were also able to counterattack and reflect the attacks. Plop! The destruction of the giant elephant's foot also announced the defeat of this attack. The master of spiritual spells, who was also the heaven's favorite, was forced to stumble backward. He even fell into the Black River because of this. However, his reaction was extremely fast. He almost instantly climbed back to the floating ground. Therefore, the strange scene that happened to the other heaven's favorites did not happen to him. Although his body was unscathed, the humiliation that surged in his heart was about to burst the chest of this proud son of heaven. From the beginning to the end, his opponent did not even make a move. He just sat there in a lotus position. Using only a few arrays, he made him look so pathetic. How could he still have any face left? Even at this moment, he could feel countless mocking gazes staring at him, making him wish he could immediately find a hole to hide in. This scene also caused a great shock to the crowd. Even the heaven's favorites from Demon Slayer Palace and Star Moon Palace were shocked. They could not describe their inner emotions with words. Previously, the fact that he had condensed 4 spiritual inscriptions was already enough to shock them. Now he had once again displayed his powerful array skills. How did he do it? He was so astounding in both aspects. Compared to this, what was their reputation as the heaven's favorite from the top 8 forces? At the same time, Yan Chutian was attacked one after another. How could he not know what was going on outside? Therefore, his eyes, which had been tightly shut for a moment, finally opened slowly. Then they met Yan Chutian's gaze. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. If they still dared to do so, they would be too stupid. P.S. Today is the last day of app recommendations. Last wave of favorites and subscriptions. Every subscription is the greatest encouragement to Blue Sky. Genius. Remember the site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 300. Yan Chutian's gaze swept over the prided genius who had made a move earlier and had a gloomy expression on his face. Only then did he return to his side. Looking at the 3 formations that had been completely revealed, Yan Chutian's lips curled up slightly. It was truly an unintended outcome. When he appeared in this strange black river, the formations that he had set up to defend against unknown dangers had actually come into effect at this moment. It was also thanks to these 3 formations that he would be in an extremely difficult situation otherwise. After all, even now, the power of his spiritual inscriptions was still extremely weak. How could he be compared to those geniuses who were at their peak in such a state? However, even with the protection of these 3 formations, Yan Chutian knew that he was still in an awkward situation. Just now, only one of the geniuses had attacked, so his 3 formations could still defend. However, if it was 2 or more geniuses instead of 1, would it still be able to do so? Therefore, Yan Chutian knew that he had to leave as soon as possible. He did not know how long the other geniuses could hide. If all of them were to reveal themselves, even he would not be able to escape. Ignoring his own weakness, Yan Chutian retracted his gaze. At the same time, he got up and steered the land under his feet away from the small mountain. When he left, everyone watched this scene with wide eyes, watching him leave bit by bit. However, there were a few people who could not suppress their inner thoughts. They pretended to give up and leave, but in fact, they were chasing after Yan Chutian. Those who were left behind were all smart people. Naturally, they knew the intentions of those who left. They were disdainful of this, but they would not say much. After all, this was the Heaven's secret sect's disciples' problem. What did it have to do with them? Moreover, to be honest, they were happy to see Yan Chutian in such a difficult situation. After all, a disciple of a second-rate force was so strong that he was even showing signs of surpassing them. Naturally, they were unhappy. If they could force him to hand over the heaven and earth treasures, or even force him to leave the ancient ruins, it would naturally make them feel better. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was controlling the small piece of land under his feet to leave quickly, also keenly noticed the movement behind him. He couldn't help but curse silently. These so-called heaven's favorites from the first-rate forces were truly shameless. They actually dared to do such a thing. However, Yan Chutian knew that it was useless to scold them. What he needed to do was to get rid of them as soon as possible, and then find a place to recover as soon as possible. However, no matter how good Yan Chutian's idea was, the geniuses of the first-rate forces behind him were still hot on his heels. How could he possibly shake them off? Furthermore, this was a vast expanse of the Black River. Even from a great distance, one could still see it with a single glance, let alone talk about concealing it. At the same time, the cold laughter of one of the chosen could be heard. Fellow Taoist Yan, you are truly extraordinary. However, given the current situation, it would be best if you didn't continue to struggle. Hurry up and hand over the precious materials. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. Given the current situation, it's best for you to hand it over as soon as possible. If you insist on doing so when we catch up to you, it won't be so easy to talk to you anymore. These sanctimonious words made Yan Chutian want to vomit. However, in the end, he couldn't help but turn around and say sarcastically, "What a good treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable." It seems that all of you are capable. Since that's the case, why didn't you enter the small mountain earlier and take out the treasures yourselves? A simple sentence immediately rendered everyone speechless. However, there were also people who simply shed all pretense of cordiality and said coldly, "Ha! It's already come to this. No matter what you say, it's all a lie. So what if you can get the treasures of heaven and earth? Right now, you don't have the strength to protect them at all. If you know what's good for you, hand over by Lien obediently and we can still let you leave safely. Otherwise, don't even think about staying in this primordial ruin any longer. Ha ha! All of you are indeed heaven's favorites." Yan Chutian mocked coldly. His tone was full of disdain. Therefore, it naturally made these heaven's favorites angry. They immediately shouted, "Why are you saying so much to him? Just beat him down. I want to see what kind of strength this guy, who has condensed 4 spiritual inscriptions and is extremely skilled in array formations, has." Hearing these words, Yan Chutian couldn't help but look at the so-called heaven's favorite who spoke. And this look of his actually made the latter shrink his head slightly in fear. He didn't dare to look straight at him. This made Yan Chutian's face filled with ridicule. This so-called heaven's favorite was clearly a plaything that bullied the weak and feared the strong. If he was at full strength, he definitely wouldn't dare to speak like this. It was only at this time that he dared to speak. However, Yan Chutian had to admit that the other party had grasped this perfect opportunity. Now that he only had half of his strength left, how could he fight with so many level 7 elixir cultivators? Therefore, Yan Chutian could only retract his gaze and try his best to increase his speed and escape. However, even at this moment of escape, the heaven's favorites who were chasing him didn't want to let him rest. Or rather, they didn't want to let him recover his strength and continuously attacked. Boom, boom! Gigantic palms appeared in the sky and slammed down forcefully. It was as if they wanted to smash Yan Chutian and the small piece of land into smithereens. However, how could the end result be as they wished? As the gigantic palms of spiritual energy slammed down, 3 protective arrays immediately appeared and neutralized all the attacks. Under such circumstances, the faces of some of the heaven's favorites who were attacking immediately turned ugly. With these 3 arrays, they couldn't hurt the other party at all. Everyone, don't worry. After all, these are only arrays. As long as we continue to attack, there will be a time when we break through these 3 arrays. That's right. Moreover, according to my observation. His 3 formations are fused together and should be one. As long as he unleashes a powerful enough attack, he will be able to break through all 3 formations in one strike. Even if we can't break through them forcefully, there will be a time when the arrays will be exhausted by continuous attacks. Many Heaven's favorites expressed their opinions, which made Yan Chutian's heart sink. This was because these were indeed the flaws of the arrays. As long as the attacks were strong enough, they could break through his 3 arrays in one hit. Even if the attacks weren't strong enough, how could the power of the arrays last forever? Everyone, let's attack together. Flaming Heart Spear Art. Sky Opening Seal. Finger of Fortune. Even though they were separated by 3 formations, Yan Chutian was still able to sense that the several prided geniuses behind him had unleashed their respective powerful attacks, giving off an extraordinary aura. At this moment, even a disciple from the 5 major regions would find this extremely troublesome. After all, this was the combined attack of several Heaven's favorites from the 5 major regions. Even the Heaven's favorites from the 5 major regions couldn't ignore this. Kill. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu mobile version website. Chapter 301. Kill. It was unknown which Heaven's chosen shouted, but almost at the same time, many attacks that had been brewing for a long time surged out and went straight for Yan Chutian. Seeing the sky full of attacks descending, Yan Chutian had no other choice but to increase the speed of the land under her feet to avoid the attacks to the greatest extent. After that, he could only rely on the strong defense of the 3 arrays. Boom! In reality, Yan Chutian had indeed dodged some of the attacks. However, even more attacks landed on top of his head and violently bombarded the 3 arrays. However, after the roar, the array above Yan Chutian's head did not break. Even so, Yan Chutian did not reveal the slightest trace of joy. This was because he could clearly feel that the attack just now had consumed too much of his array's power. In other words, if the previous attacks were to come a few more times, his array would be completely broken. Yan Chutian realized this point, and so did the Heaven's chosen, who were attacked around him. Someone's eyes were as sharp as a knife. His array's light is much dimmer than before. Even if he was lucky enough to block our combined attacks, he has consumed a lot of energy. Before he finished speaking, the Heaven's chosen who were chasing after him all simultaneously urged the huge amount of spiritual energy in their bodies and prepared to launch another attack. Seeing this, Yan Chutian's face turned ugly. The situation he was worried about had happened. If this continued, he was afraid that he would end up in an extremely difficult situation. But no matter what, he could not hand over the molded Tao Lotus. However, if he did not hand over the molded Tao Lotus, how could his opponents let him go? Was he really going to be forced to crush the talisman and teleport away? However, as soon as this thought appeared, Yan Chutian immediately rejected it. He could not crush the talisman because that would mean that he had lost the qualification to participate in the Heaven's chosen event. If that happened, how could he get close to the stairway to heaven and use it to return to the heaven realm? While Yan Chutian was extremely anxious, the many attacks that he had been preparing for a long time once again surged forward. Just like before, even if Yan Chutian tried to dodge, he could only dodge a small portion of the attacks. Even more attacks descended upon the space above his head and fiercely collided with the grand defensive formation. Boom! After this collision, the light of the great formation had dimmed by too much. The 3 giant lotuses seemed to be on the verge of withering, dispirited and listless. Ha ha ha! Everyone, let's work harder and break this tortoise shell in one fell swoop. A sinister sneer came from behind. Even without looking back, Yan Chutian recognized that it was the so-called Heaven's pride who bullied the weak and feared the strong. This naturally made him furious. However, even if he was furious, what could he do? Right now, even if he were to fight him alone, he would not be his opponent. The only thing he could do now was to escape as soon as possible. However, less than a quarter of an hour later, another huge rumble rang out. This time, the situation was even worse. There were even ear-piercing, cracking sounds within the rumble. Perhaps others did not know what this meant, but Yen Chutian did. Furthermore, he could clearly see it. Above his head, a glaring crack had already spread out from the position of the light barrier that was being attacked. Damn it! At this point, even someone as calm as Yen Chutian couldn't help but be filled with anxiety, because, from the looks of the situation, he was afraid that with the next attack his formation would be completely broken. At that time, without the protection of the formation, he would be exposed in front of everyone. How could he resist? Ha ha ha! The formation is about to be broken. Everyone, let us attack together one last time. Hearing such a voice, Yen Chutian sighed helplessly in his heart. At this point, there was really no other way. Could it be that he could only fight with his life on the line? However, just as Yen Chutian was about to fight with his life on the line, a thick fog suddenly appeared on the surface of the endless black river. Within the mist, there seemed to be a huge and bizarre mountain range. Not to mention using spiritual energy. Even Yen Chutian's spiritual eye was unable to see through it in the slightest. If such a mysterious and strange place appeared under normal circumstances, Yen Chutian would definitely choose to go around it. However, right now, the appearance of such a place caused Yen Chutian's eyes to brighten. It was as if he had come back from death's door. Indeed, only coming back from death's door could describe Yen Chutian's emotions. At the same time, the many geniuses chasing after Yen Chutian discovered the strangeness in front of them. Their originally happy and relaxed attitude immediately turned cautious. At the same time, a cry of alarm rang out. Not good. The Heaven Secret Sect's disciple is about to enter that strange place. We must not let him succeed. Stop him. The moment the shout sounded out, numerous rapid and concentrated attacks shot towards Yen Chutian. Under such an attack, the array above Yen Chutian's head was finally completely destroyed. There was even some remaining power that continued to attack Yen Chutian. But in the end, these were all remnants of power. Moreover, Yen Chutian's cultivation wasn't completely gone. Therefore, after much difficulty, she was able to withstand all of the remnants of power. At the last moment, the pale-faced Yen Chutian turned around and stood on the ground. He looked back at the group of geniuses behind him, as if he wanted to remember their faces. When his figure completely disappeared into the fog, a threatening voice that caused one to be unable to help but feel cold slowly rang out. Geniuses, the next time we meet again, it will be the day I force you to get the hell out of the ancient ruins. Arrogant. Following Yen Chutian's voice, a certain genius's face was filled with rage. Under their pursuit, the other party had still managed to escape and even left such a threat before leaving. How could they let him remain calm? Then, looking at the fog in front of him, he finally could not suppress the anger in his heart. He also controlled the ground under his feet and rushed in. However, not long after, his painful roar sounded from the fog. Then, when he controlled the ground and rushed out of the fog, the other geniuses who did not act rashly could clearly see that the originally high-spirited genius in front of them was now a bloody person. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it was as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying, causing his soul to leave his body. A genius turned into such a state in an instant. Everyone could not help but feel incomparably terrified. They were even more glad that they did not act rashly just now. Otherwise, it would not be just one person who became like this. Humph. Although he was lucky enough to escape, he will definitely not be able to escape death after entering such a place of death. That's right. Even if he returns in the future, since we can hunt him down like a stray dog today, we will definitely do the same in the future. After speaking with a cold sneer, the group of heavens chosen turned around one by one and left this strange place. Although he was lucky enough to escape from death, Yen Chutian did not feel much joy. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. This was because he did not know what kind of strange place he had stepped into. However, based on what he saw earlier, this strange place was also filled with danger. The strangeness and danger of this profound fire-sacred palace was comparable to many of the forbidden grounds of the Heaven Realm. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yen Chutian quickly recovered his body while carefully observing his surroundings. Ever since he entered this place, it was almost impossible for him to determine his direction. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were shrouded in a dense fog. Within the fog, there were huge peaks that stood tall. Not only could this place isolate spiritual energy perception, even the spirit eye could not see much. At most, Yen Chutian could only see that there seemed to be some ruins on top of these huge peaks. However, the fog was too thick and strange, making it impossible to see what those ruins were. Bang! After drifting for a long time, the land under Yen Chutian suddenly hit the side of a huge mountain and temporarily stopped drifting. Yen Chutian was naturally happy to see this temporary stop. Right now, he urgently needed peace and quiet to recover. However, even if he urgently needed to recover, Yen Chutian still endured his weakness and set up another formation on this small piece of land. Perhaps the defensive ability of such a formation would not be too strong, but it would more or less give Yen Chutian a sense of security. More importantly, it would serve as an early warning. After the formation was set up properly, a huge lotus appeared above his head. Yen Chutian let out a sigh of relief and sat down cross-legged to quickly recover. And in this recovery process, naturally, the mystic yang qi condensation would play the greatest role. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 302. After sitting cross-legged for a long time, Yen Chutian's spiritual tattoos finally recovered slowly. The originally dispirited aura once again revealed a tyrannical aura. It seemed that half a day had passed before Yen Chutian truly recovered. When he opened his eyes, the aura that leaked out was completely natural, even more mellow than before. Yen Chutian was not surprised at this point, because opportunities were always accompanied by dangers. Previously, when he was on the hill and being chased after, although he was on the brink of death, on the other hand, he was also training himself. Now that the training was over, he naturally had to reap the corresponding results. At the same time, he would not forget the so-called geniuses who chased after him. This great kindness, he would definitely repay them well in the future. But now, the first thing he had to think about was how to leave this strange place. From the moment he entered, he had already lost all sense of direction. He did not know where he came from, let alone where there was a way out. The surrounding water surface was filled with giant peaks, and between the peaks was a dense fog which isolated all senses like a maze. But no matter what, Yen Chutian could not sit still and wait for death. Now that he had completely recovered, he naturally had to start trying to find a way out. He got up and once again controlled the small piece of land under his feet and slowly drifted in this strange place. While drifting, Yen Chutian's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, trying his best to find a possible way out. However, after a full hour, he did not find any possible way out. Yen Chutian felt that he seemed to be moving in a certain direction, but in the end he seemed to have returned to the original place. But the surrounding scenes were too similar, and Yen Chutian could not be sure whether it was true or not. Therefore, before he set off again, he left a mark under a giant peak. Half an hour later, when Yen Chutian saw this symbol again, even if he wasn't sure before, the truth was now placed in front of his eyes. He seemed to have lost himself in this huge maze. After that, no matter how many times Yen Chutian tried, the result was that he returned to the original place. In such a situation, even though Yen Chutian usually appeared calm, traces of anxiousness surfaced on his face. If this continued, could it be that he would be trapped here until he died? Perhaps he could crush the talisman and leave, but once he did, it would mean that he had failed and would have to leave the ancient ruins. How could Yen Chutian be willing to do that? Moreover, Yen Chutian had a feeling that this place was just like that small mountain. Even if he crushed the talisman, he wouldn't be able to leave. Ta-ta! Just as Yen Chutian was feeling anxious, there seemed to be some noises coming from the giant peak above his head. This immediately caused him to raise his head and look over. However, the giant peak was also surrounded by dense fog, so he couldn't see through it at all. So what could he see? But even if he couldn't see anything, Yen Chutian was alarmed. He remembered that he had seen some ruins at the top of these huge mountains. Could it be that there was some kind of creature in the ruins? Otherwise, why would there be a sound? Thinking of this, Yen Chutian's curiosity was aroused. Secondly, even if he insisted on looking for a way out, the result would be the same as before. So, why not go up and take a look? Yen Chutian wasn't an indecisive person. Since he had an idea, he would make it happen. After breaking a corner of the protective array, he lifted his feet and stepped on the towering giant peak in front of him. There was no path from the bottom to the top of the giant peak. So, Yen Chutian's climb was completely by himself. He constantly borrowed strength and climbed up between the protrusions of the giant rocks. Although the giant peak was huge and lofty, Yen Chutian was a cultivator after all. So, after a series of movements, he was able to leap to the top of the giant peak. There was a wide platform at the top of the mountain. Looking over in the thick fog, the outline of the ruins became more and more obvious. However, at this moment, Yen Chutian really couldn't understand why there would be ruins in such a strange place. But of course, this was just Yen Chutian's momentary thought. After all, he knew that many things would change with time. Perhaps a long time ago, this place wasn't what it was today. Tap, tap, the strange sound was still slowly sounding. Looking at the source of the sound, it was coming from the ruins. But because of this, Yen Chutian naturally became cautious and didn't dare to rashly move forward. After all, he didn't know what kind of scene it was in the ruins, shrouded in fog. But after thinking about it repeatedly, the curiosity in his heart finally won over his worries, causing Yen Chutian to slowly move forward. This wasn't just because he was curious, but also because Yen Chutian understood that if he didn't do anything here, he would really be trapped here forever. And perhaps an unintentional exploration would allow him to find the way back. As he continued to walk closer, Yen Chutian's expression naturally became more cautious. As he walked, a thick layer of spiritual energy had already condensed on the surface of his body. This kind of defense, even a 7th-level elixir cultivator wouldn't be able to easily break through. Not to mention Yen Chutian's 3rd-grade, mysterious young body. But even if his defense was strong, Yen Chutian still understood that his seemingly strong defense was like tofu in the face of some dangers. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. This kind of defense was only possible with effort. As he approached the ruins, the scene in front of him gradually became clear. He saw broken buildings continuously appearing in front of him, and the ground was filled with broken walls and ruins. It was a complete mess. The source of the noise seemed to come from a dilapidated palace. Since he had already reached this step, Yen Chutian naturally wouldn't let go of the last palace. He immediately stepped forward and finally walked into the broken palace. Pushing open the unlatched palace door, a thick ancient aura rushed out first. Yen Chutian used his left arm to cover his mouth and nose, and then looked into the palace. Although the palace was now in a dilapidated state, and there was even a huge hole in the dome, one could still vaguely recognize just how prosperous this palace was in the past. But this made people sigh. No matter how prosperous and beautiful it used to be, with the passage of time, it had now become a broken ruin. Returning to the main topic, Yen Chutian's gaze was still looking at the source of the strange sound. When he listened carefully, he realized that the commotion wasn't coming from inside the huge hall. Instead, it was coming from the 2nd floor. So Yen Chutian could only continue to look for the stairs. Finally, in the depths of the palace, he found the stone stairs to the second floor. But before he could walk any further, he raised his head and saw that the upper part of the stone stairs was broken. Fortunately, Yen Chutian was a cultivator. Otherwise, looking at the broken stone stairs, he could only stop here. After spending some effort to climb to the second floor, Yen Chutian followed the sound and pushed open another ancient door. This time, when he pushed it open, Yen Chutian saw that in the pitch-black space there was only a ray of light from the window that shone on the ground. And on the ground that was illuminated by the light, there was a figure kneeling. Because the door was behind the figure, Yen Chutian could only see the back of the figure. But even so, suddenly seeing a figure kneeling in front of him, and the clothes on his body were even more ancient and broken, as if he had been here for a long time, how could it not make people feel strange? This was especially true as the thumping sounds continued to be heard. This caused the already strange atmosphere to become even more chilling. At this moment, Yen Chutian couldn't help but feel regret and wanted to leave immediately. Such a scene already gave him a very bad premonition. However, just as he was slowly retreating, the commotion that had been going on all this while suddenly stopped. In an instant, the bad feeling in Yen Chutian's heart reached its peak. Without any explanation, he immediately retreated, wanting to leave this place. However, just as he retreated, when he looked back, the kneeling figure appeared in front of the stone stairs. How could Yen Chutian not know that he had really encountered a freak after seeing such a scene? But the stone stairs were blocked, so he simply jumped down from the second floor and landed on the first floor of the hall. And he thought so and indeed did so. But when he landed on the first floor, he suddenly found that the kneeling figure appeared in front of him. The distance between them was less than 10 feet. At such a close distance, he could finally see clearly that below the kneeling figure, there was a pool of dried blood. And from this direction, he could vaguely see a withered arm that was like a bag of bones, gently tapping a round object. Looking more carefully, Yen Chutian felt a chill run down his spine, because that round object was clearly a human head. Add a bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 303. 10 feet away, strange noises kept coming from the back of the figure. When Yen Chutian saw the source of the strange noises, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was a withered palm that kept hitting a human head. The human head was also withered, leaving only skin and bones. But even so, from the deep eye sockets and wide open mouth, Yen Chutian could still tell how terrified the human head was when it was taken off. As he gently knocked, the figure who was kneeling with his back facing him slowly stood up. However, even if he stood up, his legs were still bent and powerless. Rather than saying that he stood up, it was better to say that he was floating. Seeing such a scene, Yen Chutian did not dare to hesitate. While constantly distancing himself, he immediately scanned the surroundings, looking for a way out. However, there was no way out. Even the door that he opened when he entered was tightly closed, not revealing the slightest bit of light. Only the huge hole in the dome of the palace was still there. Thinking of this, Yen Chutian did not hesitate. He immediately rushed to the side of the palace, urging his spiritual power to control his body, rushing up the stone wall and breaking through the hole. However, before he could even reach the second floor, the surging spiritual power in his body suddenly stopped, as if it was suppressed by some kind of power. Losing his spiritual power, even Yen Chutian could not react in time. He immediately fell from the sky and heavily hit the ground. Fortunately, Yen Chutian had a third-grade mysterious young body. Otherwise, even if it was an ordinary cultivator who encountered such a situation, they would fall heavily if they were caught off guard. However, compared to this, Yen Chutian naturally paid more attention to the situation he was facing now. Suddenly, his spiritual power seemed to be sealed. Even without thinking, he knew that it must be that strange thing that made its move. Sure enough, when Yen Chutian leaped up like a carp and swept his gaze over, That strange floating figure was already slowly turning towards his direction. The strange figure turned around, causing Yan Chutian's originally solemn mood to become even more nervous. His body had already tensed up like a bow. Even if his spiritual power was suppressed, the power of his body could erupt at any time. However, when the figure really turned its body, Yan Chutian imagined a hideous and terrifying face with rotten bones did not appear. What appeared in front of him was a white, flat surface. Or it could be said that this strange existence did not have a face, only a white face. Even so, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. It was the strange existence in front of him. However, being stared at so closely all of a sudden, Yan Chutian could not think of what else he could do. Previously, he had tried to escape several times but failed each time. Now that he was being stared at, how could there be any possibility of escaping? Yan's head the head on the ground. Ka! Sounds came from the strange existence's throat. It seemed to be saying something, but with its throat it could no longer say anything. However, for some reason, the other party was still looking at his face, making Yan Chutian feel that there was some other meaning. At first, Yan Chutian did not know what that meaning was, but when he saw the strange existence, he suddenly grabbed the head in his hand and crushed it. In an instant, Yan Chutian suddenly realized something. Could it be that this strange existence had taken a fancy to his head? And as if it did not want to disappoint Yan Chutian's expectations, the strange existence, which had not moved from its bodies, finally slowly floated in his direction. Seeing such a situation, regardless of whether his guess was correct or not, how could Yan Chutian still stay in the same place? Even if he could not use his spiritual power, he could still use his physical strength to move. The third grade, profound yang physique increased the strength of his body. Even if it could not compare to using his spiritual power to control his body, his explosive speed was still very fast. Xiao! As he gritted his teeth and fled at full speed, even the sound of wind breaking could be heard. However, no matter how fast Yan Chutian fled, the strange existence was always behind him. Moreover, he did not know if it was an illusion, but it seemed that the distance between him and the other party was constantly closing. Damn it! Yan Chutian gritted his teeth and cursed. At this moment, he really regretted his decision to climb the mountain. If he had known earlier, he would have drifted on the Black River and gotten lost. It would have been better than being chased by the strange existence that wanted to take his head. However, Yan Chutian knew that it was too late to regret. Therefore, as he fled with all his might, his line of sight immediately turned towards the direction of the palace's door. Now that the palace's door was tightly shut, he wanted to try and see if he could directly break through the door. With this thought, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated. As he fled, he continuously pushed the third grade profound yang physique to the peak. The profound yang qi in his body also surged and continuously poured into his body. Finally, at a certain moment, Yan Chutian, who had been preparing to the extreme, suddenly charged towards the palace's door. Profound yang energy. Yan Chutian shot out at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he clenched his fist and formed it into a fist. A majestic force condensed in his palm, and when he struck out, an ear-piercing sonic boom resounded. Even the space could not withstand the majestic force, and spider web-like cracks spread out. Dong! In the next moment, when Yan Chutian heavily punched the palace's door, a dull and heavy rumble resounded once again. However, Yan Chutian did not seem to be able to break through the palace's door with this punch. Crackle! Rubbing against the ground, Yan Chutian narrowly avoided the strange existence that was chasing him from behind. He then looked at the palace's door again. Seeing that the huge door was safe and sound, Yan Chutian did not show the slightest trace of anger. This was because he knew that the true terror of the profound yang energy was not at the moment of the attack, but after the attack, when the profound yang energy was truly released and detonated. Sure enough, in the next moment, the originally calm door of the palace once again emitted a strange sound. Immediately after, an even more powerful rumbling sound rang out, and a huge wave of air rushed out. Not only was it affected Yen Chutan, causing him to abruptly retreat, even the strange existence floating in the air seemed to have sensed something as it turned its face towards him. Boom! The unstoppable and unstoppable power lasted for a few breaths of time before it truly calmed down. When the power calmed down, a ray of light shone in, appearing incomparably dazzling in this pitch-black palace. The fact that there was light meant that the door of the palace had been broken through. However, just as the smile on Yen Chutian's face appeared, it immediately froze. Looking over, the door of the palace had indeed been pierced through. However, all of the holes were actually only the size of a fist. However, how could such a small space allow a living person like him to escape? Yen Chutian's expression froze. No matter what, he would never have thought that this seemingly rotten and even broken door of the palace was actually so sturdy. Even if he used the profound yang energy, he was still unable to break it open. This naturally made his heart fall into despair. Could it be that today he really couldn't escape and could only be trapped here until he died? However, as soon as he had this thought, Yen Chutian immediately clenched his teeth and denied it. He absolutely couldn't be trapped here until he died. He had just found Qiuyu and promised to be with her forever. How could he die here? Moreover, there was also the conspiracy of the God Realm. If he couldn't return to the Heaven Realm, the people of the Heaven Realm wouldn't know about the monstrous conspiracy of the God Realm. In this way, when the God Realm was fully prepared and the ancient corpse beast was truly revived, who could stop this catastrophe? Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die. As he clenched his teeth, Yen Chutian's expression became more and more determined. Then his gaze suddenly looked towards the strange existence that was still staring at him. His gaze was majestic. Since he couldn't escape, then he would take the initiative to attack. If he wanted to use his head as a plaything, then he would have to see if he had the ability to do so. Profound yang body. With a loud roar, wisps of profound yang energy continuously escaped from Yen Chutian's body. As they flowed on the surface of his body, they slowly merged into his flesh and blood. This seemingly superfluous action was actually to display the power of the profound yang body to the extreme, stimulating every bit of the power of the flesh and blood. When Yen Chutian fully activated the profound yang body, the originally ordinary flesh and blood slowly began to emit a golden radiance. The radiance connected as if he was a god. P.S. Thank you. Book friend 706933 for you are the first reader of Blue Sky to tip me in the truest sense. Perhaps to other authors it is insignificant, but to a novice author like me, it is a great encouragement. Thank you again. Genius remembers this site's address in a second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 304. Yen Chutian pushed the power of his mysterious yang body to the extreme. Even his eyes were flickering with golden light. Yen Chutian's appearance seemed to have made the strange existence slightly startled. It did not continue to chase after him, but stopped in place. However, no matter how it reacted, it was impossible to stop Yen Chutian's attack. When the power was condensed to the extreme, the vast power gathered on his palm. Then, Yen Chutian fiercely slapped out with his palm. Yen Chutian slapped out with his palm, instantly closing in on the bizarre existence's head. However, just as it was about to touch, the strange existence gently raised its arm. Its withered palm was like a bag of bones and gently slapped towards Yen Chutian. Bang! The two palms collided. In comparison, Yen Chutian's momentum was naturally astonishing, while the strange existence was extremely calm. Its withered palm did not seem to contain the slightest bit of power, as if it could shatter at any time. However, when the collision sounded, the strange existence did not move at all. On the other hand, Yen Chutian seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and immediately flew back dozens of feet. Although he already knew that he was no match for the strange existence, the real gap between them was so big that Yen Chutian could not help but feel waves of powerlessness. But now he had no way to retreat. He could only attack with all his strength. Mysterious Yang Finger. Accumulating all the power in his body, Yen Chutian fiercely pointed out with 2 fingers. An incomparably overbearing attack surged out and went straight towards the strange existence. Facing this strange existence, Yen Chutian did not have the slightest confidence, so he naturally did not care about the momentum. However, the mysterious Yang Finger, a technique that could only be cultivated by a second-grade mysterious Yang body, was still weak. The overbearing attack swept out, but before it could get close to the strange existence's body, it was once again blocked by the strange existence's right palm. The withered palm was like the world's most powerful defense. Even the most powerful attack could not damage it in the slightest. In fact, the power of the mysterious Yang Finger was clearly annihilated when it was half a foot away from the withered palm, as if it had encountered some kind of barrier. This strange power was something that even Yen Chutian could not comprehend. To be honest, even Yen Chutian in the Heaven Realm would not be able to resist such a strange existence. At this point, even if Yen Chutian still had the mysterious Yang energy that he had yet to use, he already knew the result in advance. Such a deep sense of helplessness was something he had only felt when facing a pinnacle existence like the Ghost Lord. Without experiencing it himself, Yen Chutian would never have believed that such a powerful existence existed in the mortal world, which was rumored to be fragile. Knowing that resistance was futile, Yen Chutian no longer resisted. If the other party really wanted to take his life, then resistance would be futile. After all, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Seeing that Yen Chutian had given up resisting, the strange existence slowly walked towards him. A moment later, the strange existence was already in front of Yen Chutian. It slowly stretched out its withered palm, gently reaching for Yen Chutian's head. Looking at it, it seemed that the latter's head would leave his body in the next moment. At this moment, although Yen Chutian had given up everything, he did not give up his dignity. Even if he knew that he would die, he could not leave his body to this strange existence to play with. Therefore, he was already prepared to self-destruct. Self-destruct his own body and let everything turn into ashes. However, just as Yen Chutian was prepared to self-destruct, he suddenly realized that the withered palm of the strange existence seemed to have a magical power. It actually stopped his movements, and he could only stand in place like a stone statue. This situation suddenly made Yen Chutian's face become extremely ugly. Could it be that self-destruction was already an extravagant hope? However, there was no time for Yen Chutian. The withered palm was already suspended above his head, and an inexplicable force spread out, quickly covering his entire body, as if it would kill him at any time. Even if he was unwilling, Yen Chutian could only reluctantly close his eyes when he felt the irresistible force. After a breath, 2 breaths, the danger that he imagined did not happen. However, at a certain moment, something hanging from his waist suddenly flew up. When Yen Chutian looked at it, the thing that flew up was his chinkuin bag. Then he saw the chinkuin bag slowly open, and with a slight movement of the withered palm, a square object flew out from the chinkuin bag. This square object was Yen Chutian's square tablet with the word fire engraved on it. Seeing this scene, Yen Chutian quickly connected the dots. Could it be that this strange existence had been chasing after him all this time for the sake of this square token? If that was the case, then didn't that mean that he still had a chance of survival? Pah! The square tablet was tightly grasped by the withered palm, and the chinkuin bag, which had lost the support of the inexplicable force, fell back into Yan Chutian's hands. After quickly putting away the Qinkuan bag, Yan Chutian carefully looked at the former. Sure enough, he realized that the other party's attention was no longer on him, but on the square tablet. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and once again rushed towards the direction of the palace door. However, he had only moved a few feet when the inexplicable force from before attacked again, causing Yan Chutian to stop in place, unable to move. This caused Yan Chutian to turn around and look at the strange existence behind him, and he discovered that the other party was actually slowly handing the square tablet back to him. Looking at the other party's featureless face, Yan Chutian could not guess what it meant. However, since it had handed it to him, there was no reason for him not to take it. Thus, Yan Chutian took the square tablet. As if seeing Yan Chutian take the square tablet, the strange existence relaxed the inexplicable force that was controlling Yan Chutian. However, even so, Yan Chutian would not casually escape, because he had a faint feeling that as long as he moved, the inexplicable force would immediately appear and trap him. Therefore, if he really wanted to leave, he could only wait for the strange existence in front of him to truly let him go. The reality seemed to be the same as Yan Chutian's feeling. The more he did not struggle, the less the strange existence paid attention to him. Then it led the way in front, leading Yan Chutian into the depths of the palace. Seeing this, Yan Chutian hesitated. After all, he did not know whether his feeling was right or not. However, after hesitating for a moment, he finally believed his feeling and followed the strange existence into the depths of the palace. Compared to Yan Chutian, this strange existence obviously knew this ancient and dilapidated palace too well. As they continued to go deeper, Yan Chutian finally discovered that this palace was much larger and more mysterious than what he had seen before, and there was a completely different world inside. After walking for a full quarter of an hour, they were still passing through the dark corridors and stone rooms. Just as Yan Chutian did not know how long this situation would last, a faint light suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of them. The place this strange existence wanted to take him to seemed to be where the dim light was. After a while, Yan Chutian appeared in a huge stone room. As soon as he entered, he saw a huge stone wheel. The source of the faint light was also this stone wheel. The stone wheel emitted a faint light, appearing mysterious and mysterious. At the same time, an inexplicable oppressive aura appeared. Yan Chutian could not describe this aura, but it seemed to make a part of his body extremely fearful. This made Yan Chutian very puzzled. What was going on? However, no one could give Yan Chutian an answer. The only other strange existence only raised its withered hand and pointed below the stone wheel, where there was a stone platform the size of an abbot. "You want me to sit on it?" Yan Chutian tried to ask, but he was always faced with a white flat surface and a withered hand pointing at him. Yan Chutian was defeated and did not try to get an answer from the strange existence. Instead, he walked directly to the stone platform below the stone wheel. Yan Chutian did not know what this was, but it seemed that there should not be any danger. However, Yan Chutian did not expect that when he sat cross-legged on the stone platform, the scene in front of him suddenly disappeared. After a while, when the scene appeared again, he was shocked to find that he was sitting cross-legged on the ground under a moonlit night and starry sky. The sudden change of heaven and earth caused Yan Chutian to be startled. Such a situation was extremely similar to a training ground. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 305. Under the vast moonlight and starry sky, Yan Chutian constantly scanned his surroundings. It was not that he had never experienced such a situation where the sky and earth changed in an instant, but it was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. This was because this situation was extremely similar to some trial grounds, and as if it did not want to disappoint Yan Chutian, a huge stone will suddenly appeared in the vast starry sky after an instant. This stone wheel was exactly the same as the stone wheel that Yen Chutian had seen before, but in terms of size, it was countless times larger than the previous stone wheel. The stone wheel in front of him was so huge that it seemed to be able to hold up the entire starry sky. Then, while Yen Chutian was still in shock, the huge stone wheel trembled slightly and gradually rolled. And the direction it was rolling towards was exactly where Yen Chutian was. Could this stone wheel be the trial? Yen Chutian suddenly had such a thought in his heart. But if that was the case, then this trial was too terrifying, right? How could he resist such a huge stone while rolling towards him? Unable to help thinking, Yen Chutian immediately activated his spiritual power. However, when he activated it, he suddenly felt that he could not feel anything in his body. His activation was like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. This made his face immediately become extremely ugly, because this situation was even more terrifying than the previous suppression of his spiritual power. He could not feel the existence of his spiritual power at all. But if he still could not use his spiritual power, then how could he face the huge stone wheel in front of him? Could it be that he had to use his mysterious yang body to fight against it? But if he used his mysterious yang body to resist, his body would probably be directly crushed, right? Damn it! Yen Chutian cursed in a low voice. At this point, regardless of whether the huge stone wheel in front of him was a trial or not, he could not resist at all. So, Yen Chutian had no choice but to start running again. But no matter how fast he ran, how could he be faster than the stone wheel? In a short moment, under the illumination of the starlight, the gigantic black shadow of the stone wheel had already appeared above the tiny Yen Chutian's head. Such a situation allowed Yen Chutian to understand that fleeing was utterly useless. In this way, he might as well directly utilize the mysterious yang physique to fight to the death. However, when Yen Chutian tried to draw out the profound yang qi from his body to enhance his profound yang physique, he was shocked to find that he couldn't sense even the slightest trace of profound yang qi. Then he suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately activated his mysterious yang body. Sure enough, he no longer had the mysterious yang body. At this time, his body was like a mortal's body, extremely fragile. Even a random stone would be able to injure him. Such a situation made Yen Chutian's face turn so ugly that water could drip from it. He couldn't use spirit energy, and even his mysterious yang physique was gone. What was the difference between him and a mortal now? How could he resist the crushing stone wheel? Could it be that he had sensed wrongly before? It wasn't that the strange existence didn't have any killing intent towards him, but just wanted to use another method to torture or tease him. In any case, the huge stone wheel finally came crashing down towards Yen Chutian. If the stone wheel came crashing down like this, with Yen Chutian's current situation, he would probably be crushed into a pile of meat paste. But even if he knew this, he had no choice but to quietly wait for death to come. However, at this moment, when the stone wheel came crashing down, a ball of fire suddenly rushed out from Yen Chutian's chest. A four-legged giant beast vaguely appeared between heaven and earth and fiercely collided with the stone wheel. Boom! A huge roar resounded. Yen Chutian looked over. How could he not know the four-legged giant beast vaguely in the flames? Wasn't it his third spirit pattern, the true dragon pattern? Looking at this situation, the spirit pattern could still be used here? With this thought, how could Yen Chutian be like this? He immediately tried to use the spirit pattern, the mysterious yang sword pattern, and the mysterious yang cauldron pattern. And sure enough, when he summoned the spirit pattern, there was no response like before. A sword and a cauldron appeared. However, with Yen Chutian's limit, he could at most use 3 spirit patterns at the same time. Therefore, when the 3 spirit patterns appeared, he felt a sense of exhaustion. But this was already enough. With the true dragon pattern as the lead, the 3 spirit patterns collided with the huge stone wheel, causing the huge stone wheel that seemed to be able to crush the starry sky to finally stop temporarily. However, The price for this was the rapid consumption of the spirit pattern's power. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the three resisting spirit patterns involuntarily let out a mournful cry, especially the mysterious Yang cauldron pattern and the mysterious Yang sword pattern. After all, how could these two spirit patterns be compared to the forbidden spirit pattern? However, this did not mean that the true dragon pattern had no scruples. The current Yan Chutian's spirit pattern was too weak. Even the true dragon pattern was naturally weak. Thus, even though he managed to temporarily block it, the enormous stone will soon began to emit cracking sounds. At the same time, the huge stone wheel that had stopped showed signs of moving forward again. This made Yan Chutian, who had just rejoiced at finding a way to resist, suddenly become anxious again. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long, let alone change the final result. However, no matter how anxious Yan Chutian was, this was the truth. Even if he gritted his teeth and held on for a long time, the heavy stone wheel that seemed to be able to crush the starry sky finally collapsed the three spirit patterns. Even the true dragon pattern couldn't hold on anymore. When it collapsed, a scene that made Yan Chutian feel even more despair and even panic appeared. He wanted to recall the three collapsed spirit patterns, but when he tried to do so, there seemed to be a suction force under the huge stone wheel that firmly sucked the three spirit patterns. After that, the stone will crushed down and heavily pressed on the three spirit patterns. In an instant, a destructive pain spread all over Yan Chutian's body. The spirit pattern originated from the dantian of a cultivator. The injury it suffered would naturally be reflected on the cultivator's body. Therefore, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the pain of being torn apart had reached an extreme. His spirit runes were being forcefully crushed. At this moment, Yan Chutian seemed to hear the sound of the layers of spirit patterns collapsing, as well as the sorrowful cries from the source of the spirit patterns. This caused Yan Chutian to be on the verge of despair. Enduring the pain of his body being torn apart, he stretched out his hand with great difficulty. His frail fingers gently grasped the stone wheel as he looked at the crushing stone wheel, feeling incomparably powerless. If the spirit patterns were destroyed, his life would be over. Boom! As if the three spirit patterns had been crushed, the huge stone wheel didn't stop and continued to crush Yan Chutian. However, even if Yan Chutian still had the great thunder pattern, he didn't intend to use it, because even the three spirit patterns had been crushed by the stone wheel in front of him. Even if he summoned another spirit pattern, what could he change? Therefore, when the stone wheel crushed down again, Yan Chutian calmly closed his eyes. However, just as Yan Chutian was in despair and the huge stone wheel crushed down, a loud and clear dragon roar suddenly resounded. The dragon roar resounded, accompanied by two sharp and sonorous sounds. When Yan Chutian opened his eyes, he was shocked to discover that his three spirit patterns had appeared above the huge stone wheel and were resisting the stone wheel. However, how was this possible? His three spirit patterns had just been crushed, and the tearing pain couldn't be faked. Why did his three spirit patterns appear again at this moment? However, Yan Chutian didn't have time to rejoice. Even though the three spirit patterns appeared again, they were still not the opponent of the huge stone wheel. It was as if the stone wheel that could crush the starry sky was crushing down. The immense pain once again spread throughout Yan Chutian's body, causing him to spasm uncontrollably. However, no matter how painful it was, Yan Chutian forced himself to stare at the stone wheel. Under its gaze, he indeed found something strange. As the huge stone wheel crushed down, the spirit patterns that seemed to have been crushed actually had sparkling and translucent rays of light continuously emerging and rapidly reformed. This is such a bizarre scene. Even Yan Chutian was incomparably shocked for a moment. However, he was after all one of the top 10 heavens prides in the heaven realm. He, who was experienced and knowledgeable, quickly guessed that the starry sky stone wheel was tempering its spirit patterns. This was because Yen Chutian had sensed that every time the stone will crush the spirit patterns would be crushed. After they were reassembled, he could clearly see that the spirit patterns were smaller than before. Similarly, the color of the spirit patterns had become more condensed. In such a situation, if it wasn't tempering the spirit patterns, what else could it be? Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 306. After vaguely understanding the reason, Yen Chutian's originally anxious expression immediately turned to one of extreme joy. Because if it was really as he thought, then the crushing of the stone wheel in front of him was not a tribulation, but a huge opportunity. It was extremely difficult to refine the spirit tattoos. For most cultivators, they could only refine the spirit tattoos bit by relying on their own repeated refinement. Even Yen Chutian in the heaven realm did not have such treatment when he was in the elixir realm. He did not expect that after his rebirth, he would actually obtain such a huge opportunity. Next, the situation seemed to be exactly as Yen Chutian thought. The spirit tattoos were constantly crushed into light spots, and then they quickly reassembled and turned into spirit tattoos to resist the stone wheel. As this repeated, Yen Chutian could clearly feel that his spirit tattoos were rapidly solidifying. If this kind of solidification relied on the cultivator's own refinement, he did not know how long it would take. However, the only thing lacking in this process was that Yen Chutian had to bear the tearing pain when the spirit tattoos were crushed. However, when he thought that this was a rare opportunity, he had to grit his teeth and persevere no matter what. He did not know how long this repetition lasted. The originally huge and majestic heavy sword was now almost a quarter smaller than before, although it was still wide. In exchange, the heavy sword with spirit tattoos had solidified and its aura was restrained. However, this was only the appearance. If it really burst out, the power of the mysterious Yang sword pattern would only be more terrifying than before. Just like the mysterious Yang cauldron pattern, the shape of the sword pattern was also smaller than before. But similarly, the result of the shrinking of the golden cauldron was the thickness and vigor of the spirit tattoos. If the mysterious Yang cauldron pattern was suppressed, it was afraid that the strong defense of a 6th-level elixir realm cultivator would be immediately shattered. Compared to the first 2 spirit tattoos, the 3rd true dragon tattoo brought Yen Chutian the most surprises. The true dragon, which was originally hidden in the misty flames, had now revealed more of its body. If one looked carefully for a moment, they would be able to vaguely recognize that this spirit pattern was actually in the shape of a dragon. In such a situation, Yen Chutian could imagine that this true dragon tattoo was definitely stronger than before. Or rather, it released more of the power of the true forbidden spirit tattoo. After all, the strength of the spirit inscriptions depended on the strength of the spirit inscriptions of the cultivator. Without a solid foundation, how could one unleash the true power of the inscriptions? When Yen Chutian took back the 3 spiritual tattoos, the boundless power of the spiritual tattoos surged back. Perhaps in the end, the power of these spiritual tattoos was not as great as before, but the quality was obviously higher. Furthermore, he was able to replenish the gap in the quantity by constantly replenishing it. Following which, Yen Chutian did not hesitate as he hurriedly unleashed the great Thunder Rune. How could he miss out on such a heaven-sent opportunity? Tempering. Yen Chutian's mind was only left with tempering. However, just as he was immersed in tempering, the huge stone wheel that was constantly crushing him disappeared all of a sudden. The disappearance of the stone will naturally caused Yen Chutian's tempering of the spiritual tattoos to come to an abrupt end. However, even so, Yen Chutian was still very satisfied. After all, he had already gained a lot from such a huge opportunity. At least the 4 spiritual tattoos were much more solid than before. Perhaps the size of his 4 spiritual tattoos now seemed rather small compared to others. However, if they were to truly unleash their power, he would let others understand that sometimes Being small did not mean that one was weak. If they underestimated his spiritual tattoos, the price they would have to pay would definitely be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Following the disappearance of the huge stone wheel, the surrounding scenery of heaven, earth, and starry sky also gradually disappeared. The scene in front of him shattered. After that, there was also a huge stone wheel suspended above his head, and he was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform on the stone wheel. In such a situation, it seemed that the previous experiences were all fake. However, Yen Chutian was very clear that those were not illusions. The solidification of the spiritual tattoos in his dantian was even more real. All of these were telling him that those experiences were all genuine. Of course, even at this time, the strange existence did not disappear. Slightly shifting his gaze, Yen Chutian could see that the strange existence was still standing 20 feet away from the stone platform where he sat cross-legged like a stone statue. However, perhaps because of the previous experience, Yen Chutian was no longer too afraid of this strange existence. On the contrary, this might be his opportunity. Therefore, when the strange existence led Yen Chutian in a certain direction again, not only did Yen Chutian not resist, he even faintly felt a sense of anticipation. What would he encounter next? He still walked randomly in the stone room and corridor. After an hour, the strange existence led Yen Chutian to appear in front of a huge stone door. Then, the stone door slowly opened, and what entered Yen Chutian's eyes was a huge spring. The gurgling sound of the spring water came from several corners and converged into a huge pool in the center. However, how could this spring water be a simple spring water? As the spring water flowed, rich spiritual energy of the world drifted out. There was even a clear luster that flickered. It was extremely hard to imagine exactly how rich the spiritual energy contained within this pool of water was. However, after all, it was just a cultivation treasure land. Compared to the huge stone wheel from before, the surprise it brought to Yen Chutian was much less. However, Yen Chutian was not an insatiable person. It was great to have an opportunity. Moreover, even if it was also a cultivation treasure land, ordinary people would definitely not be able to find a place that was comparable to this place. Therefore, Yen Chutian slowly stepped into the spiritual pool. The moment he stepped in, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him involuntarily rushed toward him. Because he was a foreign body, he would naturally be assimilated into the spiritual pool. Yen Chutian had no time to be happy about this situation. He immediately sat cross-legged in the pool and let the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth rush toward him and invade his body. After sitting cross-legged for a quarter of an hour, Yen Chutian's face suddenly showed a touch of unprecedented joy, because after sitting cross-legged in meditation, he finally realized that the spiritual pool in front of him was not as simple as he had imagined. When the spiritual chi rushed in and invaded his flesh and blood, it was actually washing his body. It was just like the tendon changing and marrow cleansing that Yen Chutian had experienced before. Perhaps this speed was too slow, even imperceptible, but after a long time, it could still be distinguished. As for tendon changing and marrow cleansing, it was naturally much more effective for Yen Chutian than a simple spiritual pool. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if there were 10 opportunities in the spiritual pool, Yen Chutian would only want to exchange for tendon changing and marrow cleansing once. Tendon changing and marrow cleansing was really too important. Moreover, no one would ever complain about having too many. No matter what realm one reached, as long as there was a corresponding opportunity, they could and needed tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Therefore, in the following period of cultivation, Yen Chutian treasured every minute and second of her time. While sitting cross-legged, not only did Yen Chutian's cultivation steadily increase, but there were also particles that were expelled from the surface of his body. These particles all carried a strong stench. They were the impurities that were removed from tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Visible to the naked eye, The pool water around Yan Chutian quickly turned dark. Within the darkness, there was also a pungent smell that was very unpleasant. The reason why tendon changing and marrow cleansing was precious was that after a cultivator performed it in a place of opportunity, that place of opportunity would be polluted. If one wanted to reach the level where tendon changing and marrow cleansing could be performed again, it would take an unknown number of years of purification. This time, Yan Chutian's tendon changing and marrow cleansing lasted for an hour. After an hour, Yan Chutian had no choice but to leave the spiritual pool. When he left the spiritual pool and looked back, he was shocked to see that the pool water that was previously flickering with spiritual qi was now pitch black. There was also a faint stench floating in the air. This was a place of opportunity that could perform tendon changing and marrow cleansing. He did not know when it would be restored again. This made Yan Chutian feel that it was a pity. There would never be anyone who would complain about the duration of tendon changing and marrow cleansing. Naturally, Yan Chutian was the same. In less than an hour of tendon changing and marrow cleansing, Yan Chutian had already tasted quite a bit of sweetness. It made him look forward to the next tendon changing and marrow cleansing. When would the next tendon changing and marrow cleansing be? After leaving the spiritual pool, Yan Chutian changed into a clean set of clothes. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was that the strange existence was still standing by the side of the spiritual pool, its face facing him. Even if this strange existence did not have any facial features, it still made Yan Chutian feel uncomfortable. Chapter 307. However, in the face of such a strange existence, Yan Chutian couldn't say anything to tell it to scram, so no matter how twisted it was, he endured it. Moreover, he was still hoping that this mysterious existence would bring him to the next place of fortuitous encounters. A moment later, the strange existence once again brought Yan Chutian through the hall. After another quarter of an hour or so, the two of them appeared in front of a huge stone door. However, when Yan Chutian impatiently pushed open the door and entered, the place of opportunity this time disappointed him. Because when he pushed open the door and entered, what appeared in front of him was an ancient scroll. These scrolls were wrapped in a faint halo of light. Even after the test of time, they had not decayed. But so what if they were in good condition? Yan Chutian could clearly see that these ancient scrolls recorded spirit techniques and array formations. However, as one of the top 10 geniuses of the Heaven Realm, how could Yan Chutian lack spirit techniques or array formations? Perhaps this was very tempting to other geniuses, or even the young masters of the 5 regions. But to Yan Chutian, it was not attractive at all. Yan Chutian, who was not very interested, casually glanced at it a few times before retracting his gaze. He then looked at the strange existence, trying to tell it to take him away. However, this strange existence seemed to not understand Yan Chutian's words and just stood there stiffly. After thinking about it for a moment, Yan Chutian guessed that perhaps he had to take one of these scrolls before the strange existence would take him away, right? As a result, Yan Chutian immediately searched through the crowd. In the end, his gaze fell on a pitch-black scroll in the depths of the stone room. This scroll belonged to the array formation area, so it was probably also an array formation. However, unlike other array scrolls, this pitch-black scroll did not have any words written on it. Moreover, the halo that enveloped it seemed to be more vigorous, and the ripples that inadvertently spread out seemed to be enough to withstand the destruction of any attack. Since it was so different from the masses, it naturally made Yan Chutian curious. Since he had to choose a scroll, why not choose it? With this thought, Yan Chutian did not hesitate anymore. He immediately activated the spiritual power in his body. Under the dense and pure spiritual power, his hand slowly moved towards the pitch-black scroll that was wrapped in a halo. However, when Yan Chutian's palm came into contact with the halo, he abruptly discovered that the halo was as hard as a boulder. Even if his palm was wrapped in pure spirit energy and could even tear apart steel, it was still unable to do anything to the halo. Such a scene naturally made the curiosity in Yan Chutian's heart become even stronger. Moreover, according to common sense, with such a strong defense, how could it protect something ordinary? Subsequently, the spiritual power that gushed out from Yan Chutian's body became more and more pure and vigorous. Under such circumstances, the originally indestructible halo also showed some signs of loosening. However, it was still impossible to break the halo and take out the scroll. The successive failures made Yan Chutian's eyes brighter. Now he was already at the 5th level of elixir, and his spiritual power was far superior to ordinary cultivators of the same level. How could he still be helpless? Mysterious Yang Qi. With a soft whisper, this time it was not spiritual power that gushed out from his body, but pure mysterious Yang Qi. Even if the spiritual power was also integrated with mysterious Yang Qi, it was only a small part after all. How could it be compared with pure mysterious Yang Qi? As the saying goes, things should not be done more than 3 times. Under the urging of Yan Chutian's mysterious Yang Qi, the solid halo was finally broken by Yan Chutian bit by bit, revealing a corner of the pitch-black scroll. However, the moment Yan Chutian touched the corner of the scroll, the originally solid scroll immediately turned into a wisp of black light and flowed into his body through his palm. Before Yan Chutian could react, the figure of a thin middle-aged man had already appeared in his mind. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, with his back facing Yan Chutian. Under his feet, there was a huge chessboard, or rather a formation. However, the chessboard was not filled with chess pieces. Instead, it was filled with silhouettes. Moreover, even if he knew that these were only images, the figures on the chessboard were filled with a strong aura, which still shocked Yan Chutian. It was hard to imagine that so many experts were trapped in a formation and could not move. They could only look at the back of the middle-aged man in the sky, as if he was a god. My name is Tai Ling. With the method of formation, I defeat all enemies in the world. Everyone praises me as Tai Ling, human sovereign. This formation is the result of my blood. If a descendant obtains it, he must study it painstakingly. Don't let my blood dissipate in the world. The murmur slowly sounded. However, it was this calm murmur that exploded in Yan Chutian's mind like thunder. Tai Ling, human sovereign. He did not expect that such a formation scroll would be left behind by Tai Ling, human sovereign. The heaven realm was different from the mortal world. In the heaven realm, formation was prosperous, and it was completely different from the mortal world. Moreover, to be honest, the various paths in the heaven realm were extremely prosperous. In other words, the cultivation of spiritual power was the foundation that everyone had to master. There were all kinds of methods in the heaven realm. In terms of formation, there had been countless powerful formation experts over the years. However, among these experts, there was a group of people who were at the top. They could be said to be the best in formation. Among this group of people at the top, there was Tai Ling, human sovereign. Yan Chutian did not expect that such a legendary formation expert would leave behind an opportunity in the mortal world. Moreover, from what he said, the opportunity that he left behind was actually a formation that he had spent a lot of effort on. How could this not shock him? Combined with the many strange things that he had experienced in the mortal world, Yan Chutian could not help but have a shocking thought in his heart. Was this mortal world connected to the heaven realm a long time ago? It was just that he did not know when the two had separated. Otherwise, how could there be so many amazing opportunities left behind in this mortal world? Not to mention the opportunity of Tai Ling, human sovereign. Yan Chutian had already cultivated the mysterious Yang scripture. This was the best proof. However, who could prove such a thing without experiencing it personally? Therefore, Yan Chutian only thought about it for a moment. After thinking about it, he quickly immersed himself in the formation left behind by Tai Ling, human sovereign. The thought of the formation left behind by Tai Ling, human sovereign, was enough to make countless formation experts go crazy. However, it was also because it was left behind by Tai Ling human sovereign, and it was a work of painstaking effort. It was impossible to comprehend the passage in a short period of time. It could be said that every time he comprehended such a profound and mysterious formation, he would gain new insights. If he wanted to truly comprehend it thoroughly, he would have to at least be close to Tai Ling, human sovereign's formation attainments when he was alive. Therefore, Yen Chutian was not in a hurry. He quietly comprehended it. This first comprehension lasted for more than half a month. When Yen Chutian woke up from his comprehension, he was still intoxicated. The more he comprehended, the more he could comprehend. This kind of comprehension was also very precious to Yen Chutian. However, no matter how much comprehension there was, it would take time to digest. Therefore, after comprehending for a while, Yen Chutian stopped. When Yen Chutian stopped comprehending, the strange existence that had been waiting for half a month flew up as if it had sensed something and appeared in front of Yen Chutian. Yen Chutian was very familiar with this situation. Previously, the strange existence in front of him had acted like this several times, and then led him to the next place of opportunity. Now that he thought about it, it was the same. As expected, when Yen Chutian also stood up, the strange existence led Yen Chutian forward slowly. However, this time, Yen Chutian did not expect that the strange existence would lead Yen Chutian to the exit of the hall, and then pointed to the bottom of the giant peak. This made Yen Chutian's expectations fall through. However, after thinking about it, he understood that the 3 places of opportunity just now should be all that was in this hall. He had gone through the motions, so it was naturally time to leave. Therefore, Yen Chutian was very carefree. He waved at the strange existence and did not care about its reaction, or whether it would react at all. He turned around and rushed down the peak. However, Yen Chutian, who was leaving, did not know that when he turned around, facial features gradually appeared on his face that did not have any facial features. But as for what kind of face it would form, only those who truly saw it would know. Chapter 308. Returning to the foot of the mountain, under the steep rock wall, there was a floating land. The black river was calm, with only occasional waves, rising and falling. Therefore, even though Yen Chutian had been away for almost a month, the position of the land had not changed much. It was just that when Yen Chutian landed on the ground, the joy that had been spreading came to an abrupt stop, because he suddenly recalled that he was still trapped in this strange place. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding mountains were shrouded in a misty fog. It was not to say that he could not see his 5 fingers, but it was enough to confuse his vision. Before climbing the mountain, Yen Chutian had returned to the original place several times, which was the best proof. And it was precisely because he could not find a way out that he decided to climb the giant mountain behind him. But although he had climbed the giant mountain and obtained a great opportunity to return safely, the most important problem had not been solved. However, just as Yen Chutian was at a loss, a ray of light suddenly floated from the top of the giant mountain, and under his gaze, it landed on the land under his feet. The light converged slightly, and an ancient lamp shining with blue light appeared in front of Yen Chutian. The ancient lamp shone with blue light, shining forward. The blue light seemed to have a strange magic, and it actually made the fog above the black river break open, revealing a transparent path. Such a bizarre scene also made Yen Chutian's face turn pale. He never thought that when he was at a loss, such a guiding object would suddenly appear. When he came back to his senses, he naturally understood that such a strange object could not have fallen from the sky. It came from the top of the giant mountain behind him. Who else could it be besides the strange existence in the palace? Not only did the other party lead him to 3 places of opportunity, but also gave him such a guiding light at this time. Whether the other party knew or not, Yen Chutian solemnly bowed to the giant mountain behind him. After getting up, he controlled the land under his feet and floated forward in the direction of the blue light. After half an hour, Yen Chutian finally floated out of the dense fog. Then, the green lamp dispersed with the wind. Even with the guiding light, it took him an entire hour to walk out. It was not difficult to understand why this strange place was able to trap Yen Chutian. But fortunately, he was able to get out in the end. The moment he got out, Yen Chutian recalled the scene of him being forced into this place a month ago. Even though it was a blessing in disguise, he could not forget this enmity. If it wasn't for his luck, he would have encountered a crisis that was enough to kill him. Therefore, if he had the chance, he would definitely not let him go. The only thing that made Yen Chutian unhappy was that he didn't know where those people had gone after a month. This mystic flame holy palace was vast and mysterious. If they left, wanting to find them again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. After thinking about it, Yen Chutian decided to go to that small mountain again to take a look. Perhaps there were some people who were not content and had not left yet. Even if they were not there, Yen Chutian could take the opportunity to pick one or more heavenly treasures. With the power of his spiritual marks, it was much easier for him to step on the small mountain again than before. Going back along the familiar path, it was not long before the familiar mountain came into view again. On the mountain, there were still countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures and spiritual fruits. Just as Yen Chutian expected, there were still some figures in the periphery of the small mountain. Yen Chutian held his breath and stared, deliberately restraining his aura so that he would not leak out the slightest bit. Then he looked into the distance and locked his gaze on the small mountain. There were many people on the small mountain, but almost all of them were new faces. However, Huang Tian did not let Yen Chutian down. As he glanced around, a familiar figure entered Yen Chutian's eyes. Yen Chutian clearly remembered this person. When he was being chased that day, it was this person who shouted the loudest. At that time, Yen Chutian only thought that he was a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He didn't expect that he would climb up the small mountain to pick the heavenly treasures. Looking into the distance, he could clearly see that he was only 2 feet away from the heavenly treasures. Obviously, he was about to succeed. Such a situation made Yen Chutian couldn't help but reveal a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. That day, after he picked the Tao sculpting lotus, the other party took the opportunity to attack him. Now, the situation was reversed. At the same time, Lu Jun on the small mountain did not know that someone was secretly spying on him. Even if he was aware, he would never know who the owner of this gaze was. At this time, he only had eyes for the heavenly treasures in front of him. Indeed, a month ago, he estimated that the power of his spiritual inscriptions was not enough to support him to climb the small mountain to pick the heavenly treasures. But in the past month, he had been constantly climbing the small mountain to hone his spiritual inscriptions. Perhaps it was a waste of time in the eyes of others, but Lu Jun himself felt that it was very worthwhile, because today was the day he plucked this heavenly treasure. Finally, he took 2 steps with difficulty. While bending over, Lu Jun immediately grabbed the heavenly treasures in his hand. Holding the heavenly treasures in his hand tightly, Lu Jun almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a month of continuous training, he was finally about to succeed. Now, the spiritual inscriptions on his head were very dim and could completely dissipate at any time. But Lu Jun was not worried, because he still had the 3rd spiritual inscriptions that he had not used yet. Sure enough, in the next moment, when the spiritual inscriptions on Lu Jun's head completely dimmed, a spiritual inscription battle spear emerged. A strong light shrouded the area, which was extremely shocking. Many of the sky prides outside the small mountain revealed envious expressions when they saw the scene. That was because this practically meant that Lu Jun had succeeded. After putting away the heavenly treasures in his hand, Lu Jun looked around arrogantly. He glanced at the other geniuses who were struggling to move, then stepped out and walked out. They could only look at him with envy, because compared to Lu Jun, they didn't know whether they could succeed or not. Half an hour later, as everyone expected, Lu Jun really walked out of the small mountain. But when he walked out of the small mountain, he was already very weak. Even if he succeeded, the spiritual inscriptions consumed a lot of energy, and he would need a long time to recover. But to Lu Jun, as long as he could get the heavenly treasures, it was worth it. After all, he didn't need to worry about being besieged like that disciple from a second-rate force. However, just as Lu Jun was smiling proudly and sitting cross-legged to recover, a clapping sound suddenly sounded from somewhere. Immediately, a trace of uneasiness appeared in Lu Jun's originally calm heart. Following that was a cold sneer that caused his uneasiness to rise to the extreme. TSK, congratulations to the genius of Tongyuan sect for successfully obtaining a heavenly treasure. Lu Jun's gaze immediately turned around. When he saw this familiar figure, his eyes immediately widened, and his face was filled with shock, because he never thought that he would actually meet this disciple from a second-rate force again. How could I not die and still be in the ancient ruins? Yan Chutian looked at Lu Jun with a sneer. I said that when we meet again, it will be when I drive all of you out of the ancient ruins. So before that, how could I die or leave this place? Before he finished speaking, Yan Chutian jumped down from the land where Lu Jun was. The mysterious Yang sword mark appeared above his head and immediately suppressed Lu Jun under his feet, unable to move. Yan Chutian knew that Lu Jun's spiritual mark was weak now, so he used the spiritual mark to suppress him. No matter how much spiritual energy he had, it was difficult for him to resist, and he could only be in such a sorry state. The situation was just as Yan Chutian expected. Lu Jun was caught off guard and was suppressed, and he could not resist at all. When he saw that he was being trampled under the feet of his opponent like a dead dog, Lu Jun was about to go crazy. He was the genius of a first-rate force, Tongyuan sect. Now that he had an opportunity in hand, his future was bright. How could he be in such a sorry state? At the same time, countless eyes in the surroundings sensed the commotion and swept over. And when they saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but widen their eyes. What was going on? Someone actually attacked Lu Jun? Although Lu Jun was weak now and might not be a match for any of them, Lu Jun was still a genius of a first-rate force. How could someone take advantage of this opportunity to attack him? Could it be that they were going to completely fall out? The crowd did not know what was going on, but there were some who knew Yan Chutian and asked in surprise. He seems to be the rumored disciple of a second-rate force, Yan Chu? Chapter 309. Someone recognized Yan Chutian's identity. After all, Yan Chutian and Zhou Ling's jealousy over a woman had caused quite a commotion. Many geniuses specially investigated Yan Chutian's identity because they found it hard to believe that a disciple of a second-rate force dared to fight over a woman with the young masters of the 5 major regions. However, this did not change the doubt in their hearts. Why would Yan Chutian suddenly appear and attack Lu Jun? The surrounding crowd was puzzled, but there was one person who knew the entire process, and his identity was one of the highest among the disciples of the various first-rate forces. He was the genius of the demon-slaying palace, and also the one who had climbed the mountain with Yan Chutian to pick the heavenly treasure and witnessed the entire process. However, Luo Kong was also shocked. According to Lu Jun, the disciple of the Divine Fate sect had been forced into a dead end. Even if he did not die, he could only crush the talisman and leave. But now he actually appeared here again. At the same time, Lu Jun, who was still being stepped on by Yan Chutian, was extremely ashamed after hearing the countless discussions around him. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. In public, he was trampled on like trash by a disciple of a second-rate force. This was the stain of his life. How could he erase it? In his shame, he looked at Luo Kong as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He was not related to the surrounding disciples of the first-rate forces, but he was somewhat related to Luo Kong. Senior Luo Kong, save me. In an instant, many gazes were cast on Luo Kong. Judging from Lu Jun's tone, he seemed to have a good relationship with Luo Kong. In this way, The disciple of the divine fate sect was in for a bad time because Luo Kong was a disciple of the demon-slaying palace. He could slay evil with his demon-slaying sword and was extremely powerful. However, what the crowd did not expect was that when Yan Chutian's gaze also fell on Luo Kong, he did not show any fear as they expected. He looked at Luo Kong indifferently. After a while, he smiled softly and said, "So it's senior brother Luo Kong." Senior brother Luo Kong also knows how this fellow persecuted me back then. I think senior brother Luo should understand the reason behind it, right? Yan Chutian kept calling him senior brother Luo, as if he and Luo Kong were very close. But anyone with a discerning eye knew that the two had nothing to do with each other. However, what was unexpected was that Luo Kong actually did not refute it. That appearance of tacit agreement was as if he had tacitly agreed with Yan Chutian's words. This caused the crowd to be shocked. Could it be that the Heavenly Fate sect's disciples really had some sort of relationship with Luo Kong? But they would never have thought that Luo Kong had nothing to do with Yan Chutian at all. He was just afraid of his strength. They didn't know, but Luo Kong knew that Yan Chutian, who seemed to be at the 5th level of elixir, had condensed 4 spirit tattoos. One must know that even he, who is now at the 8th level of elixir, had only touched the edge of the 4th spirit tattoo. In addition, Luo Kong had shocking attainments in array formation. It was very difficult for Luo Kong to know how powerful Yan Chu, who came from a second-rate force, could unleash. It was because there was really no need to go against a mere Lu Jun, who was not very related to him. Seeing that Luo Kong was silent, Lu Jun immediately became anxious. How could he not know what Luo Kong was thinking now? He was going to ignore him. But if that was the case, he would not even have the chance to crush the spirit talisman now. He might even die in the hands of this second-rate force's disciple. Therefore, how could Lu Jun hesitate? He immediately shouted anxiously, "Senior brother Luo Kong, I am willing to give you the heavenly treasure in my Chinquan bag. Please save me." This time, Lu Jun's words finally moved Luo Kong's expression. Even Luo Kong had a huge desire for the heaven and earth treasure that he had obtained. The heavenly treasure that Luo Kong had obtained previously had gradually been refined and absorbed by him. Of course, he knew how powerful the heavenly treasure was. The moment Lu Jun called for help, Yan Chutian's foot stomped on his head fiercely. He continued to sneer, "Lu Jun, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin." In the next moment, Yan Chutian raised his right fist and was about to hit Lu Jun's back fiercely. Even if this punch could not take his life, it would make him half dead. However, at this moment, Luo Kong, who had been hesitating, finally spoke. "Fellow Taoist Yan, for the sake of me, Luo Kong, please let Lu Jun go." Luo Kong finally spoke because, after repeatedly thinking about it, his desire for the heavenly treasure finally defeated his rationality. Moreover, Luo Kong himself was not willing to believe that he, who was at the 8th level of elixir, would not be a match for Yan Chutian. If he let a disciple of a second-rate force show off in front of him, what face would he have left? However, Luo Kong did not expect that when he spoke, Yan Chutian acted as if he did not hear his words at all. His fist that was already about to hit Lu Jun still smashed down, and his strength was even stronger. Bang! Ah! The fist smashed down, accompanied by a muffled scream, and Lu Jun's scream was so ear-piercing in Luo Kong's ears. This disciple of a second-rate force was really so arrogant that he did not put him in his eyes at all. In an instant, Luo Kong's gaze had become incomparably cold, tightly locking onto Yan Chutian's body, like a cold blade that had been unsheathed. Yan Chutian could not ignore such a gaze, but even if he noticed it, so what? Did Luo Kong really think that he was some kind of extraordinary person? Did he think that he could order him around? After beating Lu Jun half to death with a single punch, he unhurriedly kept his Chinquan bag. Only then did Yan Chutian meet Luo Kong's gaze and sneered, "What if I say no?" "Yan Chu, do you really think that you can be lawless in front of me just because you have some strength?" Luo Kong shouted loudly and completely tore off his mask of peace. His powerful aura crushed over, powerful and shocking. However, facing his aura, how could Yan Chutian be afraid? He immediately shouted coldly and released his aura. "Luo Kong, do you really think that I, Yin Chu, have to listen to your orders just because you are high and mighty? Don't you know how they bullied me that day? Now it's none other than because you've taken a fancy to the natural treasure in his possession. That's fine as well. The natural treasure is in my possession. If you want it, then come and get it as a genius from one of the top 8 first-rate powers. You're courting death." Since Yan Chutian had directly spoken like this, Luo Kong had no room to change his mind. If he didn't dare make a move, then he would really lose all face in front of so many people and lose all his prestige. Thus, he finally made a move under his shout. At the same time, as they watched this scene occur in a flash, everyone roughly understood the cause and effect. This disciple of a second-rate force had been bullied by Lu Jun earlier, and he had come to take revenge now. This was easy for them to understand, but they were truly unable to understand why Yin Chu dared to be so arrogant towards Luo Kong. After all, Luo Kong wasn't the extremely weak Lu Jun now. Moreover, even if Luo Kong was at his peak, Lu Jun would absolutely not be a match for Luo Kong. Could it be that this disciple of a second-rate force had gone mad? How dare this disciple of a second-rate force act like this? Luo Kong's strength is extraordinary, and his Demon Slayer sword is extremely powerful. He might even be able to fight against a genuine level 8 elixir. Isn't it easy to understand? This disciple of a second-rate force has most likely been bullied greatly. Now that he has erupted, how can he contain his anger? I think that's most likely the case. However, in this way, he will definitely have to pay the price for his arrogance. If he angers Luo Kong won't give him any leeway. Clang! At the same time, Luo Kong, who had turned one of his hands into a knife, chopped down with his palm. This chop could even shatter a huge mountain of gold and stone. Its power was infinite. However, how could Yan Chutian be afraid of this? As a third-grade mysterious young body, his physique was extremely strong, so he didn't need to dodge at all. He also raised his palm to meet Luo Kong's chop. As their palms met, dozens of clanging sounds rang out continuously as if metals were clashing. It seems that this disciple of a second-rate force is quite impressive. He should have cultivated a body-tempering spirit art. Body-tempering spirit arts aren't difficult to cultivate. What's difficult is persistence and mastery. This disciple of a second-rate force can actually exchange blows with Luo Kong. It seems that he has spent a lot of effort on body tempering. Neglecting the essentials and chasing after the details. Spirit chi cultivation is the foundation. Wasting effort on body tempering. No wonder he's only at level 5 elixir. How can he be Luo Kong's opponent? P.S. Blue Sky is writing new chapters during the Qixi Festival. Everyone who is reading, pity Blue Sky and subscribe. You can also vote for a free recommendation. Blue Sky thanks you. Chapter 310. Even though Yan Chutian seemed to be on par with Luo Kong in the beginning, everyone thought that it was only because the disciple of the Heavenly Fate sect specialized in body-tempering spiritual arts. When Luo Kong truly displayed his spiritual energy cultivation, it would be the time when this disciple of the second-rate force would be defeated. However, only Luo Kong himself knew that he had used his physical strength from the beginning because he was extremely confident in his own body and wanted to use it to suppress his opponent. However, when they really fought, he did not expect that his opponent's physical strength would be so strong. If this situation continued, Luo Kong could not guarantee that he would be able to maintain the current situation, let alone suppress him. This made Luo Kong somewhat unable to accept. He was the pride of the demon-slaying hall, while his opponent was just an ordinary disciple of a second-rate force. How could his strength be so extraordinary in all aspects? Even though he was furious in his heart, on the surface, Luo Kong coldly shouted and explosively shouted, "Suppress!" Boom! This time, when Luo Kong punched out, a vast amount of spirit energy gushed out and shrouded Yan Chutian with earth-shattering might. Since he could not suppress him with his physical strength, he would use his spiritual energy to suppress him. The sight of spiritual energy surging backwards caused cold smiles to appear on the faces of the surrounding geniuses. In their opinion, since Luo Kong had already used his spiritual energy, the result should be obvious. Luo Kong's cultivation was at the 8th level of the quasi-elixir realm. Compared to the disciple of the second-rate force who was at the 5th level of the elixir realm, he was much stronger. How could there be an accident? However, when Yan Chutian saw Luo Kong raise his hand and summon his spiritual energy, he remained calm. When the spiritual energy was close to him, he also formed a palm seal. Yan Chutian countered with a palm seal. There was also a surge of spiritual energy. However, compared to Luo Kong's shocking momentum, Yan Chutian's spiritual energy was much calmer. Therefore, it looked like Yan Chutian's spiritual energy was completely suppressed by Luo Kong's spiritual energy. If he was the first to be suppressed, what kind of power would he have? Haha! This disciple of a second-rate power is indeed unable to withstand a single blow from me. In the end, he's only at the 5th level of elixir. Not to mention Luo Kong. Any one of us can easily suppress him. Looks like the result of this attack is about to be revealed. Unfortunately, I have no chance to see senior brother Luo Kong's demon-slaying sword. Many faint chuckles sounded one after another. As they spoke, everyone seemed to have foreseen the result. Boom! Finally, the two palm prints collided. At the same time, two waves of spiritual energy followed closely behind the palm prints. This scene was just as everyone had expected. However, after the collision, the result was destined to cause everyone to turn pale with fright. This was because they were shocked to discover that after the collision, Yan Chutian's body was actually as motionless as a boulder. The seemingly calm spiritual energy possessed an extremely strong toughness. No matter how Luo Kong's berserk spiritual energy wreaked havoc, it was unable to break through the former's defense. This situation caused the faint smiles on their faces to freeze, and they were speechless for a long time. Because how could they continue? The truth was completely different from what they had imagined. If the onlookers were like this, then there was no need to talk about Luo Kong himself. Even if the other party was outstanding in many aspects, his spiritual energy cultivation was clearly only at the 5th level of elixir. So, how could he not be weaker than him in the slightest under such a direct confrontation? Luo Kong found it hard to believe. As a result, his movements became even more violent. He raised his hand and a majestic spiritual energy surged up, transforming into sharp cold lights that slashed down, heading straight for Yan Chutian. This was his spiritual technique. Although it was not a powerful spiritual technique, it was not weak. At the very least, the tearing intent contained in the cold light was something that even a 7th level elixir cultivator could not easily block. However, the situation was destined to exceed his expectations once again. As the cold light slashed down, Yan Chutian did not retreat or dodge. This time, he did not even use his spiritual energy. He only pushed his 3rd level mysterious yang body to the extreme. Clang, clang, clang. The cold light slashed down and slashed onto Yan Chutian's body. Just a moment ago, Luo Kong was sneering disdainfully. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party's physical strength was, it was impossible for him to block his spiritual technique attack. The other party would have to pay a huge price for underestimating him like this. However, when the sound of metal clashing rang out again, Luo Kong was shocked to see that even though his spiritual technique could tear apart the other party's clothes, it could not do anything to the body under the clothes. This scene naturally made Luo Kong feel disbelief. After all, he did not expect that his spiritual technique could not explode on the other party's body. What kind of spiritual technique did this damned disciple of a second-rate force cultivate? However, no one could give Luo Kong an answer. The so-called prides of the first-rate forces around him were also shocked. As a disciple of a first-rate force, of course, they also cultivated in body-tempering spirit arts. But when they saw the scene just now, they immediately lost confidence in the body refinement spirit art they cultivated. Because if it was them who blocked Luo Kong's spiritual technique attack, they would have been seriously injured, even if they did not die. The successive surprises had caused Luo Kong's anger to rise to a new level. Moreover, he felt that being entangled by a disciple of a second-rate force was a disgrace. How could he still stand among the prides of the first-rate forces? Limitless demon suppression seal. Once again, Luo Kong mobilized the vigorous spiritual qi in his body. This time, he directly used the top spiritual technique he cultivated. Strands of golden light flowed out from Luo Kong's palms. Like vines, they continuously gathered above his head and finally condensed into a huge golden seal. When the huge seal appeared, a powerful aura enveloped the area. Not only Yen Chutian, but the prides of the first-rate forces around him also felt a huge pressure. Although the 8 top first-rate forces and the ordinary first-rate forces all belonged to the first-rate forces, there was still a gap between the two. Otherwise, there would not be such a difference. When Luo Kong's spiritual technique appeared, the surrounding pride's gazes gathered again. This time, they really felt that the battle should be over. Luo Kong even used the limitless demon suppression seal. This time, it really should be over. To be able to last until now with the cultivation of a 5th-level elixir, it is not easy for a disciple of the Heaven's Secret sect. It can even be said that it is rare. But this is it. The limitless demon suppression seal is a 9th-level spiritual technique of the spiritual level. It is second only to the Demon Slayer sword among all the spiritual techniques that Luo Kong has cultivated. Its power is limitless. Finally, under the attention of countless pairs of eyes, the golden light seal finally began to slowly descend. The moment it came down, a huge roar resounded, stirring up a majestic spiritual chi wave. It was as if the surrounding heavens and earth were about to be blown away. It even directly shattered many broken pieces of floating land. Such a mighty power was not in vain at the 9th level of the spiritual level. But even if it was a 9th level spiritual technique of the spiritual level, why should Yen Chutian be afraid? 3rd elemental, fragmentary star mark. Whoosh! Like thunder, a strand of star mark shot out explosively, heading straight for Luo Kong. During this process, the star mark naturally collided with the golden seal. The moment of collision, there was no huge movement. The only thing that stunned everyone, including Luo Kong, was that the limitless demon suppression seal actually froze in midair, unable to descend even an inch. A short while later, a commotion was finally heard. However, this commotion caused Luo Kong's expression to change, and also caused the relaxed expressions of the numerous geniuses, who felt that the situation was now under control, to once again stiffen. Crack, crack! On the golden seal, cracks quickly appeared and spread. In a few breaths of time, the entire golden seal was covered. Then, under the gaze of countless people, the golden light seal completely broke apart. How is this possible? The one who was in the most disbelief when his spiritual technique attack was broken was naturally Luo Kong himself. This was because only he knew the power of the limitless demon suppression seal that he had used. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a quasi-elixir level 8 cultivator could not underestimate it. However, while he was still in shock, he felt a bone-piercing chill approaching his body. This gave him no time to think. He subconsciously circulated the spiritual qi in his body, condensing a solid defense. under the condensation of the vigorous spiritual chi. A spiritual light shield quickly took shape. A thick and majestic feeling spread out. It was as if no matter how powerful the attack was, it would not be able to break through it in the slightest. But could this block Yan Chutian's triple shattered star mark? Chapter 311. Bang! A heavy sound rang out, accompanied by an ear-piercing, shattering sound. The surrounding geniuses suddenly became deathly silent. They were shocked to find that Luo Kong's defense had been forcefully shattered. Amidst the scattered fragments of spiritual energy, his body abruptly retreated as a suppressed roar rang out from his mouth. They had never imagined that Luo Kong from the Demon Slaying Hall would be the first to be defeated. How is this possible? That's Luo Kong. What spiritual art did the Heavenly Secrets sect disciple use just now? How could it be so powerful? This, many whispers filled with shock rang out. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they would never believe what they were seeing. Even these onlookers were so shocked, let alone Luo Kong, who was currently retreating in a sorry state under the gazes of many people. He also found it hard to believe. It was one thing for the opponent to use a spiritual art to break his limitless demon suppression seal, but the remaining power had actually shattered his defense. Even though it did not cause him much harm, it made him look so miserable. To Luo Kong, this was the greatest humiliation. No matter what, he could not accept that he was the first to be defeated in a fight with a disciple from a second-rate force. Therefore, Luo Kong did not hesitate any longer. While his icy eyes stared at Yan Chutian, a light flickered in his palm. Gradually, a pitch-black longsword appeared. The longsword was completely black, but it exuded a sense of holiness. It was quite strange. When Luo Kong took out the black longsword, many exclamations sounded from the surroundings. Is this the demon-slaying sword? It is rumored that the demon-slaying hall has a mysterious metal mine. The demon-slaying sword came from there. Moreover, only the top disciples of the demon-slaying hall can be bestowed with it. Even though they are both demon-slaying swords, they're divided into different grades. With Luo Kong's status, this demon-slaying sword is very likely to be of the middle grade. I have seen the power of the demon-slaying sword. It is not an exaggeration to say that Luo Kong, who has taken out the demon-slaying sword, can even fight against an elixir level 8 cultivator. That disciple from the second-rate faction is finished. Once the demon-slaying sword is out, there is no difference. Yan Chutian also stared at the demon-slaying sword in Luo Kong's hand. Perhaps in the eyes of others and Luo Kong himself, Yan Chutian was also shocked by the presence of the demon-slaying sword, but only he knew what he was looking at. Black spirit gold? Yan Chutian muttered. With his many years of experience in the Heaven Realm, he naturally recognized the material of the so-called demon-slaying sword in Luo Kong's hand almost immediately. Furthermore, he could see that the black spirit metal material of Luo Kong's Demon Slayer sword was not pure. This must be the difference in quality of the Demon Slayer sword. The black spirit gold was indeed an extraordinary material. Among the many materials used to forge spirit weapons, it could be said to be of the highest quality. The spirit weapons forged from it were even more domineering and powerful. However, all things in the world had the principle of mutual promotion and suppression. Coincidentally, Yan Chutian happened to know the weakness of the black spirit gold. Luo Kong, who did not know what Yan Chutian was thinking, held the demon-slaying sword in his hand. At this moment, his aura was shocking and his eyes were filled with disdain. Luo Kong was clear of the power that the demon-slaying sword could bring to him. Now, even if he was facing a true level 8 elixir cultivator, he could face him head-on without fear. Not to mention this ant in front of him, who only had a level 5 elixir cultivation. Yan Chu, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the treasure and crush the talisman to leave. Otherwise, I, Luo Kong, will definitely kill you here. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Luo Kong's words naturally did not have the slightest bit of restraint. Perhaps if it was any other level 5 elixir cultivator, or even level 6 or level 7 cultivator, they would definitely have listened to Luo Kong's words and would not dare to disobey. However, the person he was facing was Yan Chutian, so the result would definitely not be what he wanted. Hearing this, Yan Chutian only smiled lightly. Then he continued to look at Luo Kong with a faint smile and said slowly, "Could it be that the proud son of heaven of the demon-slaying hall only knows how to move his mouth?" Not only was it difficult for Luo Kong to accept such a reaction, even the numerous geniuses in the surroundings had astonished expressions as well. They really did not understand why this disciple of the Heaven's Secrets sect dared to be so arrogant. Could it be that he did not know how terrifying Luo Kong was when he used the demon-slaying sword? This disciple of the Heaven's Secret sect is really a madman. Does he still think that this is the same as before? With his status, I'm afraid he doesn't even know the identity of the demon-slaying sword. He only thinks that it's an ordinary spirit weapon. But even if it's an ordinary spirit weapon, he dares to look down on it so much? In my opinion, this disciple of a second-rate force does not know the immensity of heaven and earth and is arrogant. Next, senior brother Luo Kong will tell him the difference between a second-rate force and a first-rate force. Luo Kong looked at Yan Chutian, who did not care at all. At the same time, he was annoyed and could no longer suppress himself. He immediately raised the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Instantly, countless spirit energy light pillars wrapped around the sword like a whirlpool and gathered on the sword. Spirit sword, demon-slaying sword. As his voice fell, the demon-slaying sword, which was constantly absorbing surging spirit energy, slashed down forcefully. The moment the sword slashed down, there was a huge wave that soared into the sky. It was as if the space between heaven and earth was about to be torn apart by this sword. It was extremely difficult to imagine what kind of power would be contained in the demon-slaying sword's sword skill and spirit technique. It was undeniable that Yan Chutian also felt a huge pressure when facing such a sword. After all, no matter how powerful he was in the past, he was only a cultivator with a level 5 elixir. However, pressure was one thing. If he wanted to suppress him with just this, it was no different from a fool's dream. 3 elemental. Fragmentary star mark. Without much hesitation, Yan Chutian once again gathered the vast spirit energy in his body and once again displayed this spirit technique. Just like before, a wisp of star mark energy shot out explosively like a ray of light, directly charging towards the monstrous, enormous sword that Luo Kong had slashed down. After a moment, the giant sword and the star mark finally collided. In an instant, a huge roar resounded. However, after this collision, the giant spirit sword, which was born from the demon-slaying sword in Luo Kong's hand, finally displayed its strength. As the two collided, not only did it not show any signs of being defeated, it even showed signs of suppressing the star mark. This scene caused the surrounding geniuses to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation this time did not exceed their expectations. Otherwise, if there were more ups and downs, even they would not be able to withstand it. However, Yan Chutian did not seem to let them do as they wished. His body suddenly disappeared when the attacks collided, and the momentum was astonishing. When the crowd caught sight of his figure again, they discovered that he had appeared less than 20 feet away from Luo Kong. The sudden appearance of the figure also caught Luo Kong off guard. However, as a demon-slaying hall genius, he was prepared for such a situation. He immediately raised the demon-slaying sword in his hand and slashed fiercely with a sharp whistling sound. What happened next was that Yan Chutian did not dodge the demon-slaying sword that was slashing fiercely at him. Instead, he met it with his bare hands. Even though they already knew that Yan Chutian had cultivated a powerful body-tempering spirit technique and had an extraordinary physique, it was still extremely difficult for them to understand the situation. After all, the demon-slaying sword was a spirit weapon. No matter how strong one's physical strength was, Could it be that he could fight against a spirit weapon head-on? Clang! When the palm met the spirit weapon, a loud and clear sound rang out. However, what the crowd did not expect was that after this palm met, Yen Chutian really seemed to be safe and sound. This once again refreshed everyone's understanding of Yen Chutian's body, tempering, spirit technique. However, when some people exclaimed, there were naturally people who disdained and even mocked in a low voice. So what if his physical strength is extremely strong? Using his physical body to fight against a spirit weapon is ultimately a bad idea. Even if he can block it for a moment, how long can he last? That's right. Furthermore, this disciple of a second-rate force might have already been injured and is just forcefully holding on. With the sharpness of the demon-slaying sword, how can the physical strength be able to block it? Look, Luo Kong is going to move again. He must be going to end the fight with one strike. Under the excited gazes of many people, Luo Kong had indeed moved. However, his next action was clearly beyond their imagination. This was because he actually held the spirit weapon in his hand horizontally, and his expression suddenly changed. If someone was in Luo Kong's position, they would be able to clearly see that a crack that was half a foot long had actually appeared on the black longsword. Chapter 312. Perhaps the crack on the sword was indiscernible, but in Luo Kong's eyes, the crack was incomparably glaring. He found it hard to imagine that the demon-slaying sword that was bestowed to him by the upper echelons of the sect would be damaged. Furthermore, it was by a bare-handed disciple of a second-rate power. How was this possible? Normally, it wasn't like he hadn't used the demon-slaying sword to fight with other cultivators. Those disciples were all prides of first-rate powers who had experienced hundreds of battles and possessed powerful spirit weapons. But even so, his demon-slaying sword had never been damaged. But now, facing a level 5 elixir cultivator, it was actually like this. The waves in Luo Kong's heart were too huge. This was the demon-slaying sword, his spirit weapon that had never failed. But just now it was actually damaged by the opponent's bare hands. How could he remain calm? At the same time, Yen Chutian had a faint smile on his face. He had already expected this scene. Perhaps to others, the so-called demon-slaying sword made of black spirit gold was incomparably sharp. But to him, it was just SOSO. Yen Chutian knew the weakness of black spirit gold. Black spirit gold was indeed extremely sturdy, to the extent that it could be made into an indestructible spirit weapon. But such a sturdy material was extremely weak on the inside. It was too different from the outside. But even if ordinary cultivators knew of this weakness, it would be very difficult for them to attack a spirit weapon made of black spirit gold. After all, the inside was the inside. How could they attack? But coincidentally, Yen Chutian's mysterious yang energy directly attacked the spirit technique inside. Just now, Yen Chutian had struck out with the mysterious yang energy, striking the devil-slaying sword with his palm. Perhaps at the moment of the slap, one would not be able to see the slightest difference and would only think that this was a barbaric attack. However, the appearance of the cracks on the sword just now was an excellent proof that the invading Xianyang energy had detonated. If Luo Kong still dared to use the demon-slaying sword to fight with him, then Yen Chutian wouldn't mind continuing to attack and destroy the spirit weapon for him. But when encountering such a situation, how could Luo Kong dare continue attacking? He didn't want the Devilbane sword that he regarded as a treasure to be destroyed in the hands of Qin Shi for no reason. However, Luo Kong put away the demon-slaying sword extremely quickly. During this process, some of the sharp-eyed geniuses who were spectating the battle noticed that something was off. As a result, cries of surprise rang out one after another. What's going on? Why is there a crack on Luo Kong's demon-slaying sword? What? A crack actually appeared on that spirit weapon. How is this possible? How could there be a crack on the demon-slaying sword? You must be mistaken. This he shouldn't have seen wrongly because I also saw that crack. Just now I thought it was my own illusion. In that case, no wonder Luo Kong's reaction was so strange. He must have also discovered the crack on the demon-slaying sword. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the disciple from the second-rate force damaged the demon-slaying sword and injured the spirit weapon with his bare hands? None of the geniuses could answer this question because none of them were involved. However, looking at Luo Kong's action of putting away the demon-slaying sword and his increasingly fierce gaze towards Yan Chutian, the answer seemed to be self-evident. But when they thought of that possibility, almost all of the geniuses present were shocked. The famous demon-slaying sword among the first-rate forces would actually be injured by a pair of bare hands one day. What kind of joke was this? But regardless of whether they believed it or not, that was the truth. The crack on the demon-slaying sword was not fake, and the fierce look in Luo Kong's eyes was even more real. His eyes were filled with rage. In the next moment, Luo Kong suddenly stomped heavily on the ground, as if he wanted to crush the floating land under his feet. At the same time, 2 spirit tattoos rapidly gathered in his eyes. After a while, 2 mysterious spirit tattoos appeared between heaven and earth. A powerful aura spread out, causing people to feel even more oppressed. The 2 spirit tattoos that Luo Kong condensed were naturally extraordinarily powerful. The aura that swept out was enough to make many of the geniuses from the first-rate forces feel inferior. But now, these geniuses really did not dare to make any rash conclusions. After being surprised time and time again, it was hard for them to say that Luo Kong would definitely win. They could only watch the two's movements closely, unwilling to move away for even a moment, afraid that they would miss the slightest bit of excitement. Since his opponent had already displayed his spirit tattoos, Yan Chutian, who saw this scene, naturally would not be polite. In a calm and collected manner, the spirit tattoos in his eyes gathered and finally projected a huge spirit tattoo floating in the sky. But after being crushed by the mysterious stone wheel in that strange place, Yan Chutian's spirit tattoos were now 1 size smaller than before. Therefore, in comparison, his spirit tattoos could not be compared to Luo Kong's spirit tattoos in terms of size. It was also because of this that many geniuses could not help but think that Yan Chutian's spirit tattoos were no match for Luo Kong's. Not to mention the spectating geniuses. Even Luo Kong himself had the same thought. Even though Yan Chutian had already displayed his spirit tattoos and suppressed Lu Jun. But, in Luo Kong's opinion, the main reason was that Lu Jun's spirit tattoos were weak after ascending the mountain. But of course, he also remembered that Yan Chutian had condensed 4 spirit tattoos. But even if he knew, Luo Kong was not afraid. He was confident that with the quality of his spirit tattoos, he could win against quantity. If Yan Chutian knew that Luo Kong actually had such thoughts, he would not know whether to laugh or what to do. Finally, the raging power of the 2 spiritual tattoos collided with each other in midair. The 2 spirit tattoos above Luo Kong's head shone brightly, as if they were going to suppress the 2 spirit tattoos above Yan Chutian's head, leaving no room for negotiation. However, after a few breaths of time after the collision, Luo Kong's cold and ferocious face stiffened again. The 2 spirit tattoos that were insignificant in his eyes actually resisted the power of his spirit tattoos. This caused Luo Kong's face to stiffen. At the same time, a strong sense of panic rose from the bottom of his heart. It was definitely not going to end like this. If his first 2 spirit tattoos were unable to suppress his opponent's first 2 spirit tattoos, then how could his 3rd spirit tattoo resist his opponent's 3rd and 4th spirit tattoos? Suppress! Yan Chutian shouted sternly. He tried his best to mobilize the power of the spirit tattoos in his body and channeled it into the 2 spirit tattoos above his head. Luo Kong was like a madman who did not care about anything. The 2 spirit tattoos above his head shone brighter and brighter, and a strong aura surged out. Even though they were not facing each other directly, the surrounding geniuses felt an immense pressure. But what was unbelievable was that even so, The two spirit tattoos above the head of the disciple from the second-rate force did not seem to be suppressed at all. What was going on? Looking at the two spirit tattoos above his head, one sword and one cauldron, Yan Chutian's lips gradually curled up. After the crushing and tempering of the mysterious stone wheel, his spirit tattoos were much smaller than before, but in terms of power, they were much stronger. At least now, even though his opponent had used the power of his spirit tattoos with all his might, the pressure on him was close to nothing. Of course, since things had already reached this stage, Yan Chutian would not hold back anymore. In the next moment, he silently circulated the enormous power of the spirit tattoos in his body and channeled it into the two spirit tattoos above his head. Whoosh! Similarly, a dazzling light shone out. Then Luo Kong's two spirit tattoos could no longer resist and shot back into the latter's chest. Puff! The backlash of the spirit tattoos caused Luo Kong to spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking over, the originally high-spirited geniuses from the top 8 first-rate forces now staggered a few steps like a sickly person. His face was red and white, and his aura was weak. This scene shocked too many people. Who would have thought that Yan Chutian's spirit tattoos would be so powerful? There was no need to fight to the end, and he had already injured Luo Kong. At the same time, Lu Jun, who had just woken up from his half-dead state, was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. Originally, he thought that he had found a backer who could protect him against the disciple from the second-rate force. But now, it seemed that this disciple from the second-rate force had already reached an unimaginable level. Even Luo Kong was no match for him. Luo Kong also felt powerless in his heart. At the same time, a deep sense of regret spread in his heart. If he had known that his opponent was so strong, he would not have taken action. But now it was too late for regrets. Since he had already taken action, how could his opponent let him go? Chapter 3:13. Therefore, there was no need for Yan Chutian to say anything. Luo Kong held the talisman tightly in his hand. Then he glanced at Yan Chutian unwillingly and slowly crushed it. In his opinion, he would have to leave the ancient ruins anyway. Therefore, instead of being chased away and in a sorry state, he would rather crush the talisman and leave. At least this way, he could preserve some of his dignity. As the talisman was crushed, the power of space immediately surged and wrapped around Luo Kong, sending him away. Looking at this scene, the surrounding geniuses sighed. Not long ago, Luo Kong was still an influential figure among them and was respected by everyone. However, in the blink of an eye, he had no choice but to crush the talisman and leave. The ups and downs were really too fast. Seeing Luo Kong crush the talisman and leave, Yan Chutian naturally did not say anything. Instead, he slowly looked at Lu Jun, who was extremely shocked and even terrified. It seems that the backer you found is useless. Hearing this, Lu Jun did not bother to speak. He immediately reached for his waist and wanted to take the talisman out of his cosmos bag. However, the cosmos bag at his waist had been taken away by Yan Chutian earlier. How could he touch it now? Therefore, in addition to being flustered, Lu Jun's face was already filled with deep fear. He did not know Yan Chutian's attitude towards him. He also did not know if Yan Chutian would disregard his identity and do something extreme. However, he only had one life. How could he dare to gamble? Lord Yan, it's not me. I was possessed back then. However, Zhou Kong was actually the mastermind. If you want to take revenge, then go find Zhou Kong. Don't kill me. Looking at Lu Jun, who was groveling in front of him, just to survive, Yan Chutian's heart was filled with indescribable ridicule. This was the so-called genius of a first-rate faction. However, in Yan Chutian's eyes, such a person was not worthy of the title of genius. He was just a trash with empty cultivation. Yan Chutian would never show mercy to those who harmed him. However, because of the current situation, he had to consider more. This Lu Jun was from a first-rate power. If he killed him, unless he silenced all the geniuses here, the news would definitely spread. If the prodigies of the 5 major regions killed Lu Jun, the upper echelons of the forces behind him might not be able to do anything about it. However, the force behind him was merely a second-rate force. The other party would definitely not let him off so easily. No matter what, Yan Chutian could not implicate the Heaven's secret sect and offend a first-rate force, even if it was only for Han Chen's sake. Otherwise, after the Tianjiao Grand event, he could indeed leave without a second thought. However, the entire Tianji sect would definitely be doomed. But of course, even if he spared Lu Jun's life, he could dream of completely preserving his cultivation. Otherwise, did they think that Yan Chutian was a pushover who didn't dare to fight back after being beaten? Therefore, as his eyes turned cold, Yan Chutian suddenly kicked Lu Jun's abdomen, directly sending him flying and landing miserably on another floating island. Those with discerning eyes could clearly see that Yan Chutian's kick had directly crippled Lu Jun's cultivation. It was not impossible for him to directly fall out of the elixir realm. If Lu Jun was still awake after being sent flying by such a kick, he would definitely be roaring and screaming crazily. For a cultivator, cultivation was equivalent to one's life. It was even more important. How could one endure having one's cultivation crippled? Unfortunately, with this kick, the already weak Lu Jun had fainted again. No one knew when he would wake up. After forcing Luo Kong to crush the talisman and leave, and then forcefully crippling Lu Jun's cultivation with a kick, the current Yan Chutian seemed to be shrouded in a huge, murderous aura, causing the surrounding geniuses to avoid looking at him, not daring to meet his eyes. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this scene, they would definitely be filled with doubts. A disciple from a second-rate force actually dared to be so overbearing in front of so many geniuses from first-rate forces? Only the cultivators who saw the scene from before would understand what exactly was going on. But if they knew, then their emotions would most likely be like the surrounding geniuses, unable to calm down for a long time. At the same time, some people in the crowd suddenly recovered from their shock. In their minds, no wonder this disciple from a second-rate force dared to fight for a woman with a young lord of the Fire Xian region. It turned out that he was not reckless, but had concealed his strength. If they knew that Yan Chutian did not have his current strength before entering the ancient ruins, it was unknown what kind of expression they would have. The protagonist of this incident, Yan Chutian, did not care about the reactions of the surrounding geniuses. Instead, he lightly swung his hand and threw Lu Jun's talisman back to the side of his body. Then he rode the island beneath his feet and walked away. Looking at Yan Chutian's departing figure, the crowd was still in a daze for a long time. When they came back to their senses, they could not help but sigh, and then return to their previous actions. No matter what others did, the most important thing was to ensure that one's own opportunity. In the depths of the Black River, which seemed to be the end of the world, there was a huge peak rising up from the dark river and into the sky. The huge peak was shaped like a giant dragon. From afar, it looked like a real dragon was soaring up from the Black River and was about to reach the universe. At this moment, the atmosphere on the Dragon Peak was very lively. Even the surroundings of the Dragon Peak were surrounded by many figures. It was not that they did not want to climb the Dragon Peak, but around the Dragon Peak, the Black River was like a tornado constantly converging towards the central peak. The movement of the water was not fast, but when a large number of people approached the Dragon Peak, there were already many geniuses who were sucked into the Black River for no reason. And since then, there was not the slightest sound. That scene made many geniuses shrink back and could only look at the figures approaching the Dragon Peak with envy. However, not all of the geniuses were like this. There were also some who were unwilling to miss such an obvious opportunity, and were waiting for an opportunity to safely climb the Dragon Peak. After leaving the small mountain, Yan Chutian once again floated out of the Black River aimlessly, heading towards the depths of the Black River. At the same time, he naturally opened Lu Jun's Cosmos bag and looted all the good things inside. especially the heavenly material and earthly treasure that Lu Jun had spent so much effort to obtain. Yan Chutian was even more overjoyed. At the same time, he could also imagine that with Luo Kong's departure, the outside world would most likely stir up a storm about him. After all, Luo Kong was the pride of the top 8 first-rate powers. The truth was almost the same as Yan Chutian's. When Luo Kong said the name Yan Chutian, it immediately made the name that was originally forgotten by everyone clearly appear once again. Of course, the bigger the commotion, the uglier the face of the higher-ups of the demon-slaying hall became. They never thought that the pride of their own sect would be defeated by a disciple of a second-rate power. Returning to the main topic, Yan Chutian was drifting aimlessly on the Black River. This situation lasted for a full 5 days from the start. During these 5 days, the heavenly material and earthly treasure was quickly refined and absorbed, turning into his own pure spiritual energy foundation, waiting to be used for a breakthrough. Even though it had not been long since the last breakthrough, one had to admit that the current Yan Chutian was once again on the verge of a breakthrough, and was about to break through to the 6th level of elixir. It was also because he knew that his cultivation was rising too quickly that Yan Chutian was not in a hurry to break through, and even deliberately slowed down his speed, turning the power of the spiritual medicine into his foundation. In this way, he was still sitting cross-legged, and the land was slowly drifting. At a certain moment, there was a sudden movement in front of him, and Yan Chutian was alarmed. "Big brother, why don't we try to climb the Dragon Peak? Maybe there's a great opportunity waiting for us." The crisp voice of a young girl was slowly heard, and in contrast, it was a slightly honest and steady voice of a man. "The Dragon Peak is very likely to be full of opportunities, but the surroundings of the Dragon Peak are abnormally dangerous. Moreover, there are countless people who want to obtain the opportunities of the Dragon Peak." So, the honest man's voice suddenly stopped, because he had also noticed Yan Chutian. At this time, suddenly meeting someone else made him feel faintly uneasy. After all, from afar, he could not tell whether the newcomer was strong or weak. When he got closer and saw Yan Chutian's face clearly, he secretly sighed in relief, because he also knew of Yan Chutian's identity. "Big brother, look, it's the disciple of the Tianji sect who dared to fight with Zhou Ling for a woman." The girl's words made the man feel awkward, and also made Yan Chutian's expression somewhat unsure whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 3:14. Back then, in order to obtain the dragon grain wood from Zhou Ling, he deliberately put on a show of being a love rival. As a result, Zhou Ling had no choice but to spend a large amount of spiritual crystals. In the end, the dragon grain would still fell into his hands, ruthlessly trapping the young master of the fire profound region. However, it was also because of this that the name Yan Chu became popular in the Central Plain city, and many people knew about him. Of course, this knowledge was limited to what the woman had said just now. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Bai." Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Yan Chutian cupped his hands at the man and greeted him. He also knew this man. Although he was from the Great Heaven Palace, Yan Chutian had a good impression of him. This was because Bai Yang might be one of the few heaven's prides who came from a force but was not arrogant. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yan." As expected, the man who heard this, who was Bai Yang, also cupped his hands at Yan Chutian and slightly gestured to the woman behind him. Seeing this, the mischievous woman could only obediently greet Yan Chutian. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yan." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Bai Yu." Yan Chutian returned the greeting. This Bai Yu had a delicate appearance. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she had the style of a pretty girl from a humble family. Moreover, she would occasionally reveal a mischievous look, which was even more lovable. At least, she was much better than those heaven's prides who were cold and arrogant and looked at others as ants. After a round of pleasantries, Bai Yang slowly asked, "Fellow Taoist Yan, if I'm not wrong, you should be separated from your companions in the mysterious fire sacred palace, and you still haven't found their whereabouts." Bai Yang's shocking words made Yan Chutian immediately realize something, and he immediately asked, fellow Taoist by, "Do you have any news of my companions?" To be honest, in this direction, there is a dragon peak standing tall. Before we left, I, Bai Yang, saw Lady Yen from the Hundred Flowers Palace, as well as senior sister, who accompanied fellow Taoist Yen. They all climbed the dragon peak. Dragon peak? Yes. After pondering for a moment, Yen Chutian nodded heavily towards Bai Yang and then bowed slightly. No matter what, the other party was not closely related to him, yet he was willing to tell him the news of his companions. This made him feel grateful. After bowing, Yen Chutian no longer hesitated and went straight in the direction that Bai Yang pointed. Looking at Yen Chutian's departing figure, the woman beside Bai Yang pouted her red lips and asked her elder brother in confusion, "Elder brother, why did you take the initiative to tell him this news?" In Bai Yu's impression, although her big brother kept a low profile, he had never taken the initiative to help others. Bai Yang did not immediately reply when he heard this. Instead, he gently rubbed the head of the woman beside him, after which he looked in the direction of the disappearing figure in front of him and slowly said, "This Yen Chu has always given me a very unique feeling. Perhaps in the future his achievements will be even greater than those young masters of the 5 major regions. So, since it's a good karma that can be formed with a wave of my hand, why not? His achievements will be greater than the young masters of the 5 major regions?" Bai Yu's red lips parted slightly. This was the first time she had heard her big brother have such high expectations for someone else. "Ha, elder brother, you must be joking with me. How is that possible? Haha, perhaps." Bai Yang did not argue further. Then he continued to control the land beneath his feet and carried his only sister towards the boundless darkness in the distance. There were too many variables in the future. Moreover, this was only his own guess. So, when Bai Yang thought about it now, he felt that his previous thoughts were a bit ridiculous. But what if what he felt just happened to be true? After receiving news of Yen Ningzhu and Qiu Yu, Yen Chutian's heart immediately became very excited. After being separated for so long, it was not that he had not worried about their situation. But now, it seemed that they were doing well and had even met up before him. However, the only thing that worried Yen Chutian was that Bai Yang did not see Luo Shui. So, he did not know how Luo Shui was doing. Although he was prepared, he knew that the journey would be very long. But when Yen Chutian really started to travel, he did not see any trace of the so-called Dragon Peak for a full 2 days. This still surprised him. Fortunately, around the 3rd day, there was finally a towering giant peak that appeared at the end of the Black River. From afar, it really looked like a giant dragon that was soaring from the Black River. No wonder it was called the Dragon Peak. At the same time, Yen Chutian naturally felt that there were many people gathered around the Dragon Peak. Among them, there was no lack of first-rate forces, and even the prides of the top 8 first-rate forces. Even the surrounding prides were of such a level. It was not hard to imagine what level the prides who had already climbed the Dragon Peak were at. However, what made Yen Chutian slightly puzzled was that such a huge Dragon Peak that could be filled with opportunities was right in front of them. Why were these prides just watching and not moving? When he got closer and swept his gaze over the area, he finally understood the reason. Even though he had not personally stepped into it, Yen Chutian could still sense a fiendish intent from the slowly rotating river water. Perhaps if one was not careful, this tornado would be able to devour one's life. As a result, even Yen Chutian did not dare to underestimate it. As he carefully scanned the area, he even opened his spirit core, trying to find even the slightest flaw. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. Perhaps the area under the Dragon Peak was not a hopeless situation from the beginning. Vaguely, Yen Chutian finally sensed some clues. In this whirlpool of water, safety and fiendish, reality and illusion coexisted. Stepping into it, one might still be in a safe environment, but if one took a wrong step, one would immediately be struck. If one was struck, the outcome could be imagined. However, since he had already seen through the clues, Yen Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He immediately took a step forward and was about to pass through the crowd and drive the land under his feet into the whirlpool of water. However, coincidentally at this moment, there were figures stepping out from all over the crowd. Their gazes slowly retracted from the huge dragon peak and finally locked onto the strange waters in front of them. Seeing that the opportunity was right in front of them, they could not hold it in any longer. It was also at the same time that a thin figure continued to take a step forward. Then he rushed towards the figures who had taken a step forward and said loudly, "I, Lin Chin, have already seen through some of the strangeness of this water. I can help everyone solve their problems." Oh, hearing these words, the eyes of the prides who took a step forward and wanted to take the risk all lit up. Perhaps they would be suspicious if others said such words, but they would not be like this towards Lin Chin. This was because Lin Chin was from the Supreme Profound sect, one of the top 8 first-rate powers, one of the top prides of the Supreme Profound sect. Although he was not very strong in terms of cultivation, his talent in array Tao was extraordinary. In the Supreme Profound sect, he was faintly known as the number 1 array Tao genius. There were even rumors that if he was able to arrange the array in advance, then even the number 1 prides of the Supreme Profound sect would not be his opponent. From this, it could be seen how strong his array Tao cultivation was. For such a heavyweight figure to speak in public, the crowd naturally did not feel that it was fake. Therefore, there was immediately a Heaven's Pride who asked, "Brother Lin actually saw through the strangeness of this water?" Yes. Lin Chin gently nodded. Looking at the water in front of him, there seemed to be a golden light flickering in his eyes. It was truly strange. This water seems strange and has no basis to follow, but in the end I saw through some clues. Truth and falsehood are born together, and fortune and misfortune are dependent on each other. This is the best explanation of this water. Lin Chen's words were clear and logical, making the prides who stood out believe in him. Even Yen Chutian's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He did not expect Lin Chen to be able to see through some tricks. Of course, this was not because Yen Chutian was boasting about himself, but because he had the spiritual eye and the vast array Tao experience that he had accumulated in his previous life, which allowed him to see through some clues. However, Lin Chin clearly did not have these, so he could see through the truth and falsehood. Even if it was not as comprehensive as him, it was still shocking. "Everyone, please follow me." At the same time, Lin Chin spoke again and took the lead in controlling his own land, stepping into the water. Seeing this, the surrounding geniuses followed one after another. Even though they had faith in Lin Chin, they were still cautious. They only stepped onto the water that Lin Chin had walked on before. From the beginning to the end, they followed closely behind Lin Chin without any deviation. Chapter 3:15. As they advanced, Yen Chutian finally noticed something strange. It seemed that Lin Chen's eyes were somewhat different from the eyes of ordinary cultivators. Every time he stared for a long time, specks of golden light would flicker within his eyes, allowing him to see through illusions and discover the truth. Yen Chutian immediately began to flip through the memories in his mind. However, it was truly difficult to discern the truth with just these few signs. Moreover, he seemed to have never heard of any strange eyes that would flicker with golden light when used. Brother Lin Chen is truly extraordinary to be able to see through the strangeness of this place. Haha, many thanks to Senior Brother Lin Chen for leading the way. If we were to move on our own, who knows how much time we would have wasted, and we might even lose our lives. Lin Chen continued to lead the numerous geniuses forward without encountering any disturbances along the way. Naturally, they were extremely convinced by Lin Chen. They only thought that Lin Chen was already confident and had seen through everything. However, Yen Chutian could clearly see that the deeper they went, the more difficult it was to distinguish between the truth and the illusions hidden in the surrounding waters. The time Lin Chen spent staring also gradually increased. In fact, his subsequent advance was accompanied by a probing intent. However, due to the aura he had created earlier, the originally cautious geniuses around him were willing to follow his instructions and take the lead in taking the lead. Clearly taking in this scene, Yen Chutian could not help but sneer. As expected, this Lin Chin did not have good intentions when he said that he could bring people in with great fanfare. He was using these people as test stones. First, he would use his powerful aura to convince them. When they reached the depths of the waters where even he himself was uncertain, he would let these people test the waters. At that time, even if they were exposed, what else could they do other than continue to listen to him since they had already come this far? This Lin Chen's plan was not bad. Unfortunately, there was Yen Chutian in the crowd. When he saw through Lin Chen's intentions, he immediately left the group and retreated alone. Yen Chutian retreated alone without alerting anyone, nor did he announce Lin Chen's scheme with great fanfare. That was because the moment he spoke, those geniuses that surrounded Lin Chen would surround and attack him, thinking that he was spouting nonsense. He wouldn't foolishly do such a thankless thing. Yen Chutian's retreat was seen by the crowd and the group of prided geniuses, but they did not care about it at all. It was the other party who had foolishly let go of such a great opportunity. What did it have to do with him? Moreover, having one less person would also increase the probability of him obtaining the opportunity, and there would be one less competitor. Someone actually left the group? What a fool! Such a good opportunity to ascend the peak, yet he wasted it. Speaking of which, the person who left seems to be the disciple of the second-rate power that gave rise to much discussion in the Central Plain City. So what? At that time, it was only in the Central Plain City. Zhou Ling was unwilling to make a move. Otherwise, he would have been able to suppress him with a raise of his hand. It's a pity that we won't be able to see that scene. That idiot left the group. Given the unpredictability of this water region, even if he crushed the talisman, he wouldn't be able to leave. Right now, he can't advance or retreat and could die at any time. Rumor has it that he also has attainments in formations. Who knows, he might even be able to find a way out himself. I didn't think that was just a rumor. With his status, even if he knows formations, it's only superficial. How can he be compared to Lin Chin? Who knows? What if he has extraordinary talent in formations? Many mocking voices rang out continuously. Even though some of the words seemed to be praises on the surface, it was not difficult to deduce from the tone and deeper meaning that they were actually mocking Lin Chin. From their point of view, Yen Chutian was simply too foolish and could even be said to be seeking death. He clearly had the chance to ascend the Dragon Peak, yet he suddenly left the group. However, among all the mocking gazes, there was a hidden meaning. Lin Chin was surrounded by many geniuses. His cold eyes swept over and looked at Yen Chutian's retreating figure. No one knew what he was thinking. Moreover, after a brief glance, he turned his eyes back and continued to lead the group forward. Finally, as they went deeper, Lin Chin could no longer accurately distinguish. Even if the golden light in his eyes flickered, he could not distinguish clearly. Thus, at a certain moment, when a genius followed his instructions and moved forward, with a splash he directly sank into the black river along with a small piece of land under his feet, never to be seen again. This sudden turn of events caused the group of prided geniuses following Lin Chin to suddenly tighten their nerves. They had originally thought that safely ascending the Dragon Peak was already a done deal. How could such an unforeseen event suddenly occur? However, no one could answer them. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression was uncertain as he closely scanned the surroundings. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "There will be mistakes in the end. Everyone, don't worry, there won't be any more mistakes." Before he finished speaking, Lin Chin took the lead. As expected, he did not encounter any danger when he took the first step. However, the death of a genius just now had already rung alarm bells in their hearts. Even if they appeared unconcerned on the surface, how could they be so worried in their hearts? At the same time, many of the surrounding geniuses were also nervous. Some even felt that this region of water was abnormally dangerous. Even Lin Chen was unable to control it and had made a mistake. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was traversing the waters alone, became even more dazzling in their eyes. Even Lin Chen had made a mistake. Why hadn't the disciples of these second-rate factions died yet? While some of these prided geniuses couldn't help but curse inwardly, they were astonished to find that although Yan Chutian had retreated a distance away, he immediately changed direction and headed towards the Dragon Peak in another direction. What does he mean by this? Could it be that he thinks that senior brother Lin Chen's path is wrong and wants to open up his own path to ascend the Dragon Peak? Who does he think he is? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ignorant. Let us quietly watch how this disciple of a second-rate faction dies. The mocking and ridicule from before had completely turned into disdain and cold snorts. The geniuses beside Lin Chen looked over and could not help but secretly shake their heads. Although Lin Chen had already made them somewhat suspicious, it could be said that he was the most reliable person here. And this disciple of a second-rate faction actually wanted to open up his own path to ascend the Dragon Peak. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream. However, while they were thinking this, they did not expect Lin Chen to suddenly attack and slap a certain genius into a certain direction. This genius was caught off guard and was slapped away. He did not even have time to make a sound before he sank into the Black River and completely disappeared. With regards to this, Lin Chen ignored the death of a genius and faintly muttered to himself, "Looks like this place is fake. Then that place should be real." As his voice faded, he controlled the land beneath his feet to move forward. As expected, there was no danger, and it was as calm as before. However, how could the geniuses following him remain calm? Now that things had come to this, how could they not see that Lin Chen had brought them here out of the kindness of his heart to use them as a test subject? Lin Chen, there's no free lunch in this world. Since I want to guide you all to the peak, I naturally need a small portion of you to pay the price. Lin Chen's expression was calm, and he was not flustered at all. He then turned around to look at the geniuses behind him and smiled strangely. Besides, isn't it what you all want to have a few fewer competitors? Perhaps they felt helpless, or perhaps they felt that their hearts had been spoken. But the originally furious geniuses who felt that they had been deceived did not say anything. Of course, a moment later, a genius sneered. Then why don't you pay the price yourself and test the path yourself? For a time, numerous vicious glints flickered, as if wanting to push Lin Chen into the water at any time. Even so, Lin Chen did not panic in the face of such a situation. Instead, he said to the sneering genius, "If you can guide them forward, how about using me as a test subject?" This simple sentence immediately rendered the other party speechless, because that genius knew very well that if he were to guide them, they would not be able to ascend the Dragon Peak no matter how many lives were sacrificed. In other words, without Lin Chen, they would be trapped here until they died. Seeing that the other party was speechless, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled into a strange smile. He then said, "Next, I'll let you test the path for everyone." Chapter 316. How could the prodigy be pleased to be named as a test subject by Lin Chen? Regardless of what Lin Chen's intentions were as a test subject, there was a 50% chance that he would die as a test subject. Thus, how could the prodigy agree? Lin Chen, you're dreaming. However, never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Lin Chen didn't respond after he finished speaking. Instead, someone from the group of prodigies behind him, who were supposed to be on the same side as him, spoke up. "Junior brother Zhao, we need to leave this region of water and ascend the Dragon Peak. Since that's the case, why don't you listen to senior brother Lin Chen? If anything happens, we'll save you immediately." "That's right, junior brother Zhao. We'll be prepared this time. We won't let junior brother Zhao be in danger again." The prodigies, who had been furious earlier, immediately agreed with Lin Chen and forced him to do what he said. This caused the face of the chosen, surnamed Zhao, to turn extremely ugly. How could he have imagined that these so-called chosen would be such spineless cowards? Are you all crazy? Don't you know what Lin Chen's intentions are from the beginning? However, what answered him was an indifferent voice. I don't care what he's thinking. Junior brother Zhao, we need you to contribute now. These words completely extinguished any hope the prodigy had. However, how could he be willing to be treated like a puppet? Immediately, the boundless spiritual energy in his body surged, and he was about to attack. But at this moment, all the geniuses seemed to have anticipated his actions, and they actually made a move at the same time to forcefully suppress him. You idiots, now that you're treating me as a test subject, you'll be next. However, you're helping the tiger do evil. You're the biggest idiots in the world. The prodigy roared furiously, but no one paid him any attention. How could the surrounding prodigies not understand what he meant? However, even if they did, what could they do now that they were in this position? Even talismans could not send them out of this dangerous region of water. Only by following Lin Chen's instructions would they have the greatest chance of reaching the Dragon Peak and obtaining safety. Moreover, even if the prodigies were unwilling to admit it, they still had this thought in their hearts. With so many people, would they not be the test subject? As they watched this scene unfold, the surrounding geniuses had already turned silent. This was especially true for those who had lamented that they had not seized the opportunity. Now, it was even more difficult for them to speak. Because how was this an opportunity? This was clearly a trap. The onlooker sees the game clearly. How could they not see that this was a situation that Lin Chen had long anticipated? When he saw this scene, a mocking expression appeared on Yan Chutian's face. However, at the same time, he had also raised Lin Chen's level of danger by several levels. Even if the latter's cultivation was not very strong, this scheme of his was enough to be considered a hidden danger. In his previous life, Yan Chutian had encountered countless enemies. However, what he feared the most was not those powerful and undefeatable enemies in the rumors. Instead, it was those treacherous and cunning enemies like Lin Chen. The scene changed. At this moment, the prodigy surnamed Zhao, who had been suppressed by everyone, had been treated as a test subject and was forced to steer the land forward. However, his luck wasn't that good. Or perhaps Lin Chen had done it on purpose. The land had only advanced a short distance before it was swallowed by the Black River, and there was no more sound. The prodigy, surnamed Zhao's test subject, was not the end. Following that, more and more people continued to test the road. Even if they were unwilling, they could only face the gazes of the people behind them. Otherwise, their fate would be similar to that prodigy, surnamed Zhao's. As the prodigy became more and more cooperative, it was not that the others did not try to rescue him, but it ended in failure every time. In fact, if they tried to force it, it seemed that they would be swallowed by the Black River as well. However, such a huge price was not without results. At least, the crowd was getting closer and closer to the Dragon Peak, now less than 10 feet away. This made the remaining prodigies happy. The Dragon Peak was right in front of them, and so far, they were not unfortunate enough to become a test subject. However, when they saw a certain figure on the other side, less than 10 feet away from the Dragon Peak, the joy in their hearts immediately turned into deep disbelief. They could not imagine how a disciple from a second-rate faction could get close to the Dragon Peak. With his status, there were not so many test subjects. He should have died tragically when he left the group. Not only did he not die tragically, but he was also so close to the Dragon Peak. Not only them, but many of the prodigies who were watching from the periphery were also shocked. They also thought that Yan Chutian should have been swallowed by the Black River long ago. However, he forcibly walked through this dangerous body of water as if it was flat ground, and even approached the Dragon Peak. This involuntarily made a ridiculous thought appear in their minds. Could it be that this prodigy from a second-rate faction was the one who had truly seen through this dangerous body of water and all the strangeness of this body of water. Yan Chutian's location naturally attracted Lin Chen's attention. He looked into the distance, his dark eyes quietly staring, as if there was an indescribable color surging within them. After a long while, he retracted his gaze, and a soft whisper that only he could hear slowly rang out. "Yan Chu, is it? Heh, interesting." 15 minutes later, 2 more test subjects had died, and Lin Chen finally reached the Dragon Peak and set foot on this piece of land. Once he set foot on the Dragon Peak, Lin Chen knew that he could no longer restrict the prodigies behind him, so he immediately headed up the Dragon Peak. When the prodigies behind him had also reached the Dragon Peak, Lin Chen had already disappeared on the rugged mountain path. Seeing this, the prodigies who had ascended the peak were naturally incomparably furious. They had been holding back for a long time and had been on tenterhooks for a long time. Seeing that they were about to wash away their humiliation, if they attacked together, no matter how high Lin Chen's attainments and formations were, he would undoubtedly die. However, Lin Chen was actually so vigilant and had instantly disappeared from the foot of the mountain. However, this did not mean that they would let him go. No matter what, this debt had already been remembered. If they saw Lin Chen again, they would definitely ruthlessly make him pay. Amidst their anger, the prodigies also looked towards Yan Chutian. At this moment, their expressions were somewhat awkward, because some of them had previously mocked him for leaving the group and courting death. However, now it seemed that he was not courting death, but had the ability to safely cross the dangerous body of water alone. They also thought that if he had led them across the body of water, no one would have died, and they would not have to be threatened by Lin Chen and be on tenterhooks for fear of becoming a test subject. It was precisely because of this that someone flew into a rage and could not help but shout at Yan Chutan. "Sir, you are truly magnanimous. As fellow prodigies, you saw through the dangers, but only cared about crossing the river by yourself." Hearing this, Yan Chutian could not help but feel that it was extremely laughable. His gaze swept across the angry prodigy and also swept across the other prodigies. Seeing that he had the ability, they called him sir and viewed him as a fellow prodigy. Just now, when he had left the group, they had all shouted that he was courting death and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Not to mention whether he had the obligation to lead them across the river. If he had said that he had the ability to safely cross the river, they would have ridiculed him and laughed at him. Because of this, Yan Chutian could not even be bothered with them. As he walked towards the rugged mountain path, a disdainful sneer slowly rang out. A pitiful person must have something to hate about him. Such words immediately made that prodigy speechless. How could he not know that Lin Chen was mocking him? But even if he knew, what could he do? Because when he thought about it carefully, he could not find any words to argue with. He could only stare at Yan Chutian's back as he walked away. At the same time, the prodigies around him had bitter expressions on their faces. Their hatred for Lin Chen increased. If it were not for him, they would not be in such a difficult situation and would not be mocked here. Following the rugged mountain path, Yan Chutian became more and more excited, because Chiu Yu and Yan Ningzhu were also on this Dragon Peak. After not seeing each other for a long time, even Yan Chutian had to admit that he missed the woman he had lost and then found again. However, as he walked and walked, Yan Chutian felt that the mountain path around him had become a little strange. White fog enveloped him. Although it was not dense, it seemed to be quietly changing the world around him. Yan Chutian could not help but sigh. As expected, places of opportunity like this are not simple. P.S. There is a 3rd chapter today. It will be released in the afternoon. Chapter 317. Under the white mist, one could vaguely see the scene of heaven and earth quietly changing. Yan Chutian was already used to this kind of situation. After all, which one of these places of opportunity wasn't filled with strangeness? Perhaps this kind of strangeness was very troublesome for ordinary cultivators, but it wasn't the same for Yan Chutian. This was because he had the spirit eye. The gaze of the spirit eye could be said to be able to see through all illusions. However, it would be too much of an exaggeration to say that nothing could hide from Yen Chutian's spiritual eye. After all, even if they were all spirit eyes, there was a difference in strength. Although Yen Chutian's spirit eye wasn't weak, it was definitely not the strongest. Back to the topic, the spirit eye scanned the surroundings. The thin white mist in the surroundings was even more dispensable in Yen Chutian's eyes. However, this wasn't the key. The key was that under his spirit eye, he could clearly see the surrounding white mist rippling out like ripples. After a while, when the ripples stopped, the surrounding scene had changed once again. This scene made Yen Chutian secretly heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the change in the white mist couldn't be hidden from his spirit eye. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Thus, Yen Chutian scanned with his spirit eye and continued forward. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, a figure suddenly appeared on the empty mountain road in front of him. Yen Chutian looked over and couldn't help but smile when he saw the figure's face. This was because this figure was none other than Lin Chen from the Supreme Mystery Sect. Yen Chutian could clearly see that as Lin Chen moved forward, he scanned his surroundings with his eyes. Golden dots of light constantly appeared in his eyes, which were extremely dazzling. Although Lin Chen's actions could indeed see through some illusions, it was obviously not as efficient as Yen Chutian's spirit eye. That was why Yen Chutian was able to catch up to him. However, at such a close distance, Yen Chutian could easily see Lin Chen, and so could the latter. After clearly seeing Yen Chutian's face, Lin Chen suddenly let out a strange smile, before he confidently said, "It seems that it is as I have guessed. You have actually cultivated a strange eye." At this moment, Yen Chutian did not retract his spiritual eye. In other times, this might have been mistaken as a spiritual art. However, in this environment, this was clearly not the case. Moreover, Lin Chen already had his suspicions. Now that he saw it, he was sure of it. However, he could only say that Yen Chutian had cultivated the strange eyes. After all, there were many types of strange eyes, and they more or less had the ability to see through things. Hearing this, Yen Chutian was not surprised. Instead, he looked straight into Lin Chen's eyes and said slowly, "Compared to myself, I am more curious about fellow Taoist Lin's eyes. Why are they so strange?" Yen Chutian was just asking casually. However, he did not expect Lin Chen to answer without hesitation. "It is just a spiritual inscription that I condensed myself. Although it does not have any offensive power, it has a good auxiliary effect. However, this kind of auxiliary effect cannot be compared to the strange eyes." Then, without waiting for Yen Chutian to speak, Lin Chen continued, "I heard that you are also a formation master and have a strange eyes. How enviable." As he spoke, Lin Chen's face revealed a strong sense of envy. Although his spiritual inscriptions had some auxiliary effects similar to the strange eyes, a fake was still a fake. How could it be compared to the real thing? However, although there were rumors of the strange eyes in this world, the cultivation method was almost impossible to find, let alone have. However, Yen Chutian's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. In the next moment, a light flashed in Lin Chen's hand. 3 scrolls appeared one after another, emitting an ancient aura. They looked extraordinary. "Fellow Taoist Yen, can these 3 ancient array scrolls exchange for the cultivation method of your strange eyes?" Yen Chutian was not surprised by Lin Chen's desire. The strange eyes were extremely important to the formation master. It was also because he did not have the strange eyes in his previous life. Although Yen Chutian had studied the formation master, it was nothing. He could not be compared to one of the top 10 geniuses of the heaven realm, the formation master. However, even if Lin Chen took out the 3 ancient array scrolls, Yen Chutian would not use his spiritual eye to cultivate in exchange. Regardless of whether he knew about the 3 ancient array scrolls, even if he did not want to make a deal with such a sinister person. Sorry, fellow Taoist Lin, this is an opportunity that I found by chance in an ancient site by mistake. There is no cultivation method. Yen Chu Tian refused, directly stating that she didn't even have a cultivation method, eliminating the root of the problem. Hearing this, even though Lin Chen hid it well, Yen Chu Tian could feel a sense of anger on his face. Obviously, Lin Chen did not believe his words. However, Yen Chu Tian did not care. If Lin Chen did not believe him, then so be it. If Lin Chen wanted to make a move, then he would accept it. What was there to be afraid of? Not to mention that Lin Chen could not be compared to him in terms of formation master attainments. To be honest, in terms of cultivation strength, he could suppress Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen did not make a move in the end. He restrained his anger and said a few polite words to Yen Chu Tian. Then he walked to the side and continued his search. Very quickly, Yen Chu Tian knew why Lin Chen did not make a move. It was because Lin Chen had been following him throughout his search. He wanted to walk out of this place with his own ability. Yen Chu Tian could not help but sneer. It was not so easy to take advantage of him, for no reason. Yen Chu Tian continued to scan with his spiritual eye. Soon, in his line of sight, a place with the most white fog appeared. It was also the most strange place. Therefore, Yen Chu Tian swaggered towards this place. He wanted to see if Lin Chen dared to follow him. However, Yen Chu Tian could not help but think that Lin Chen, who should have also seen the strangeness of this place, actually followed him. It seemed that he had made up his mind to follow him. Since that was the case, Yen Chu Tian would not be polite. The other party was following them from a distance, and this was a rather strange place. Thus, Yen Chu Tian stealthily threw out an array base as she walked. After half an hour, when the number of array bases had been thrown out, Yen Chu Tian directly sat down and slowly formed the array. However, this was the case for Yen Chu Tian. In Lin Chen's eyes, this was not the case. What he saw was that Yen Chu Tian deliberately approached this strange place and sat down there. In Lin Chen's opinion, the other party did not want to let him take advantage of him and deliberately did this. However, Lin Chen was famous for his patience. He wanted to see if this Yen Chu could be more patient than him. Therefore, Lin Chen continued to wait. After waiting for a full hour, the other party still did not get up. This made him feel that something was wrong. Therefore, he hurried forward. As he approached Yen Chu Tian, he slowly said, "Fellow Yen Chu Tian, you are in trouble. If you don't mind, I can help you solve it." However, when he really got closer, how could his face still have a warm expression? It was immediately filled with rage. This was because when he got closer with the ability of his spiritual inscriptions, he could vaguely distinguish that the person sitting cross-legged was not Yen Chu Tian. It was clearly an illusion set up by a formation. In other words, the other party had left long ago, but used this small illusion to deceive him for so long. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. In a fit of anger, Lin Chen fiercely smashed the formation in front of him into pieces. Then he gritted his teeth and the anger in his eyes was about to burst out. Good. Yen Chu, if we meet again on this Dragon Peak, I, Lin Chen, will definitely kill you. On the other side, Yen Chu Tian, who had been away for a long time, swept a few glances behind him as if he sensed something. A faint smile appeared on his face. Someone who wanted to hide evil intentions and silently take advantage of him. Such a person had not been born yet. After a faint smile, Yen Chu Tian gradually calmed down. He then looked at the huge rocks in front of him, his face full of caution. Now his position should be close to the peak. However, it seemed that because of this, the strange obstruction in front of him seemed to have entered the second layer. Compared to the white fog and the change of heaven and earth just now, the thousands of huge rocks in front of him were more similar to a formation. If it was a real formation, it would be much more difficult to pass through. Moreover, many formations were hidden dangers. If one took a wrong step, it was very likely that the formation would be activated and one would be destroyed. P.S. The plot is gradually coming together, and the journey back to the Heaven Realm is about to begin. After all, this is a new book, and there are always some mistakes in the writing. I hope everyone can be magnanimous. Also, it seems that this is the first time Blue Sky, occasionally updated, covers face.